And a river went out of Eden to water the garden, and from thence it was parted, and became into 4 heads. The name of the first is Pison, and the name of the second river is Gihon, and the name of the third river is Tigris. That is it which goeth toward the east of Assyria. And the fourth river is Euphrates. And the Lord God took the man and put him into the garden of Eden, to dress it and to keep it. In southern Iraq, the temperature is around the 50-degree mark. The climate has not changed for thousands of years. Yet men and women once lived here. Sandwiched between the Mediterranean and the Persian Gulf is the region that the Greek historian Polybius called Mesopotamia, the country between 2 rivers. It was irrigated by the Euphrates and the Tigris. In the mid-19th century, all we knew of ancient Mesopotamia was what we read in the Bible. French and British archaeologists competed to discover more, and their finds were amazing. They uncovered an unsuspected, buried past. Mesopotamia had once been the cradle of a civilization. What was so special about these finds? And why did a civilization develop in that part of the world at all?
Ce qui est exceptionnel dans la découverte de la civilisation syro-mésopotamienne, qui ne se fait que depuis un siècle et demi, il faut bien en prendre conscience, ce qui était exceptionnel, c'est qu'on s'est aperçu progressivement qu'il s'agissait d'un monde extrêmement diversifié, extrêmement développé et qui, au fond, avait expérimenté déjà beaucoup de modes de vie, beaucoup d'expériences sociales dans un univers que nous ne connaissions pas. Nous avions l'impression que tout commençait avec la civilisation grecque et on s'est aperçu qu'il y avait eu quelque chose avant, et que cet avant avait eu une influence sur le devenir de la civilisation à l'époque classique. L'histoire de la civilisation syro-mésopotamienne correspond au domaine géographique syro-mésopotamien, c'est-à-dire le domaine qui est drainé par les 2 fleuves, le Tigre et l'Euphrate. Mais il y a autre chose, ce n'est pas simplement l'eau pour la vie, l'eau pour la culture, l'eau pour les hommes, c'est aussi l'eau pour le transport. Et ce sont des domaines où les axes des fleuves sont devenus des axes de transport. Et dans un pays comme la Mésopotamie, où il y a des productions agricoles, mais où il y a des lacunes fondamentales, on manque de bois, on manque de pierre, on manque de minerais métalliques lorsqu'il y aura besoin en bronze, en cuivre, eh bien, dans un pays comme celui-là, le fleuve va devenir l'axe de transport privilégié entre 2 domaines d'économie différentes et complémentaires.
Our journey began in Armenia, where the Tigris and the Euphrates both rise. Fed by melting snow from the high plateaus, the rivers tumble down the mountain slopes, tearing away tons of silt as they go. They run parallel for over 2,000 kilometers, then merge to form the Shatt al-Arab waterway. The rivers are calmer in the wide desert plains to the south. They deposit fertile soil all the way to the Persian Gulf. But the Tigris and the Euphrates could also be a terrible enemy. The spring floods would sweep away everything in their path. How were people able to settle a land that was so vulnerable to the whims of nature? That question takes us to Baghdad, the Iraqi capital on the banks of the Tigris. In the narrow streets of the old city, the visitor is steeped in the scents of the Orient. Dense crowds and a cheerful tumult are all around. In the colourful bazaars, Iraqis display their ancient talent for commerce. The heritage of the Sumerian civilization is everywhere. The markets have sold the same varieties of fruit and vegetables for thousands of years. In the cool of the arcades, you can buy pomegranates from northern Iraq, and the yogurt that the Mesopotamians were specially fond of. On street corners, there are earthenware pots of drinking water. The water beads on the surface of the jar, and in evaporating, keeps the water within cool. A Sumerian invention 5,000 years old. But who were the Sumerians? Where did they come from? On the fertile plateaus of Anatolia, several thousand kilometers from Mesopotamia, archaeologists have solved one part of the Sumerian puzzle. They discovered what made it possible for the population to expand and found a civilization. It was einkorn wheat, which grows wild throughout eastern Turkey. People have lived in this fertile region at the crossroads of great migration routes since time immemorial. Tribes of hunter-gatherers found everything here that they needed for their survival. The Kurds keep up the age-old traditions. Every day, the women cook such ekmek, a wheat pancake that forms the whole family's staple diet. In 1958, archaeologists discovered the 9,000-year-old ruins of the village of Chayernu. 3,500 years before Sumer, people settled on this fertile land. They didn't yet make ceramics, but they were builders. Their houses had mud brick walls on dry stone foundations. One day, the people of Chayernu made a discovery that would change the world.
Lorsque se crée vers 15 000 avant Jésus-Christ, dans ces régions des collines, dans ces régions de l'Euphrate à son entrée en Syrie, lorsque se crée cette situation très particulière qui fait que les collines de ces régions se couvrent de cette graminée sauvage qui va permettre aux hommes de se sédentariser, c'est évidemment un élément extrêmement nouveau. Quand ils ont découvert que cette graminée produisait une graine qui pouvait être utilisée, qui avait surtout l'énorme avantage de se conserver, la conservation du produit alimentaire a joué un rôle essentiel parce que ça voulait dire que, au lieu d'être obligé de retrouver de la nourriture 3 jours après avoir abattu une bête, eh bien on pouvait se dire qu'on en avait pour plusieurs semaines ou plusieurs mois de réserve devant soi. Eh bien, à partir de ce moment-là, les conditions changent. Et l'homme, quand il se rend compte qu'il a ce produit, il va rester à côté de ce produit. Bien entendu, ce produit ne se récolte qu'à un moment très précis de l'année. Mais on ne peut pas le transporter. Une fois qu'on l'a récolté, il faut le garder c'est un stock. Il faut le protéger, ce stock. Il faut empêcher les autres de venir le prendre. Donc, la sédentarisation se fait à un moment donné dans cette région-là pour une raison très, très, très précise, c'est-à-dire la conservation d'un stock alimentaire que l'on peut récolter à un certain moment. Et là, bien entendu, l'esprit humain va jouer un rôle fondamental. On peut parler de découverte accidentelle. je crois que l'esprit humain, il joue constamment sur des observations, sur des découvertes exceptionnelles, une fois, deux fois, répétées, sur une recherche d'explication de ce phénomène, jusqu'au moment où il est capable, par lui-même, d'aller au-delà et de réaliser quelque chose de nouveau.
It's not
Et c'est comme ça
realistic
qu'est
that
née
these people were
l'agriculture.
actually farming around this area. Sweaty socks.
As they set about mastering their environment,
What's up?
these first farmers were full of invention. They developed their tools, they bettered their daily lives, and they left behind a legacy of immense importance.
That's their
Writing.
harvest. Yeah, you can see right there. That's the symbols for wheat. They start writing up.
Cereals were the main source of wealth for the
Start writing
Sumerian
about their
civilization.
crops.
This alabaster vase, more than a meter high, depicts the Sumerians' gratitude towards nature. Herds of sheep. A procession of men bearing offerings approaches the sanctuary of Inanna, the goddess of heaven and earth. The pilgrims are welcomed by the high priest in his robes.
And Nana. Did I do that? I just turned it off. What? Oh. Shit. Everybody likes talking about the Sumerians and Mesopotamia and Babylon and Syria and all these other ancient places, but we all know that civilization was birthed in Africa by the first modern humans, which are the Africans, dark-skinned black people. Originated all civilization, all culture, all trade, all commerce, all language, all religion, all understanding of the heavenly bodies and astrology and astronomy and agriculture and animal domestication, and we did everything first. But it's always good to hear the histories of, the individual histories of the human family. And I like the older stories because figuring out and knowing how people used to live helps us understand why we live the way we do today and how our societies are formulated. And by understanding how we live today, we can make predictions for the future. Yo, Sweet Tea, what's up? Sweet Tea. I got some sweet cappuccino. Sweaty socks, thanks, bro. Yes, welcome to my studio. And so you guys don't have to feel bad if you just veg out all day and, watch music videos and read comic strips and everything, because right now, early in the morning, you're getting your dose of education, so nobody can say, oh, you're so lazy, you didn't even do anything today. You can be like, yo, I was up this morning listening to Paintings by the Prince, and we listened to a documentary on the culture of the Sumerians and their cuneiform writings. So I learned something today, and I went to class, so I have the right to be lazy for the rest of the day. That's how I do it. I get up early, I get my coffee, I get my education, I get my art. So if the rest of the day I'm just a bum, hey, it's all good, because my day started out nice. Now, I got a reason to be a bum the rest of the day. I can just lounge around on the couch and veg out, and nobody can say anything because I get my education early in the morning. Just like school, you know what I'm saying? You gotta get up, wash your face, brush your teeth, go to school. That's where we at right now. Talking about the Sumerians, civilizations, the Gardens of Babel. And so I've never listened to this documentary yet, but I know, like, they always talk about the hanging gardens and how the flowers and fruits were hanging from trestles and terraces and stuff like that. And so the hanging gardens of Babel, and they're talking about the Sumerians in Mesopotamia. History, people, history. History is fundamentals. Fundamental? Fun to the mentals.
Thanks to these successes in agriculture, the population grew.
Yeah.
The first groups began to colonize land along the rivers, all the way to the Great Plain.
That's something else, too. When you think about the first of anything, I mean, the humans have been around so long, and when you look at our time frame, or the time frame that we go by, it's not really a long time because, you know, dinosaurs were here for millions of years. I think the human race is reaching probably 1 million years, but we're not that old yet. So, but still, we've been around long enough that, like Nas saying that one song, yo, furry slippers, good morning. Like Nas saying that one song, there's nothing new under the sun. It's never what you do, but how it's done. No idea, how he say, no idea is original. There's nothing new under the sun. It's never what you do, but how it's done. So, we've almost done everything that there is to do. And in the present world, we've been doing things for hundreds of years and thousands of years to the point where it seems commonplace and normal, but no one ever really thinks about the origins and who were the first. Simple thing like agriculture. Who was the first person or group of people to say, you know what? We live a nomadic life and we're always traveling to follow the herds and to follow the wet season and the water. What if I take this handful of seeds and bring them with me? Because I remember the last 2 years when we migrated north, there's this certain wheat that grows here, but it doesn't grow up north. So whoever had the idea to take those seeds and say, you know what, I'm going to take these seeds with me, and where I go, I'm planting them bitches there. You know what I'm saying? Just that first thought is like fucking amazing. All right, so think about everything, every kind of ore that we have. Gold, silver, platinum, all that kind of shit that comes out the earth. Who the fuck did that first? Who thought, like, let me dig in the earth for what looks like rocks? Like, you're just digging through rocks looking for rocks. Who was the first person or the first group of people to come up with mining? And then you mine the earth, you excavate the earth, and then you gotta fucking purify the ores and smelt this shit. Like the whole process of smelting. I'm gonna heat this fucking rock up so much that it fucking melts down and separates, and then I have good ore and bad ore. And like all these great ideas they always boggle my mind as to how complicated the workings of the mind are and how much single groups have influenced the entire family, the human family, for thousands of years to come. You know, it fucking amazes me the accomplishments that mankind have achieved, and at the same time, it still amazes me when you realize how much further we have to go before we truly claim to be civilized. Because we can study civilizations of the past and of the present and make predictions about, you know, future civilizations, but we're far from being civilized, I feel. We still kill each other for no reasons, basically, other than, oh, I want that land that you're on, or I want those natural resources and minerals, so I'm going to kill you and all your people and take it from you. So civilization is a tricky subject.
Mesopotamia. The main preoccupation of the farmers was finding ways to boost their production of crops. This clay tablet shows a device for more economical sowing. The seeds are deposited via a funnel that ensures regular, even distribution in the furrows. The Sumerian secret lay in taming their unpredictable sources of water. For in Mesopotamia, the balance between man and nature could easily tip against man. To take control of their water, the Sumerians invented the wheel, and they dug hundreds of kilometers of irrigation canals, reservoirs and dams. Irrigation was the mainstay of the Sumerian civilization. By subduing the turbulent waters of the Tigris and the Euphrates, they turned the power of nature to their own use.
I don't think the Sumerians.
The farmers reaped the benefits with bountiful crops from hundreds of thousands of hectares of fertilized land. In some areas, wheat, millet and barley were harvested twice a year. In the oases along the irrigation canals, millions of palm trees grew as far as the eye could see. It's the same when the Tigris and the Euphrates merge to form a single body of water, the Shatt al-Arab waterway. On each side of the Shatt al-Arab, an agricultural province prospers thanks to the bountiful water from the two great rivers. Only barges can reach the heart of this maze of tall reeds. The Sumerians built fishing villages here. The people still live as their ancestors did. They still build reed huts, just like the ones seen in ancient bas-reliefs. The huts stand on a foundation of layers of soil, interlaced with braided reeds. The floor, roof and walls are made of interwoven stalks. The supporting columns and beams, very strong, are made of tightly packed reed bundles. "5,000 years ago, 40,000 fishermen and farmers, an entire people, lived in the marshland around the port city of Ur. In their frail reed boats, they had made a huge area habitable, 1 meter at a time. And they said one to another, 'Let us make brick and burn them thoroughly.' And they had brick for stone, and slime had they for mortar. And they said, 'Let us build us a city and a tower, whose top may reach unto heaven.' The first archaeologists to see the ruins of Ur must have been speechless. Before them lay narrow streets, squares, and the remains of houses, granaries and temples. 5,000 years ago, when Western Europe was still in the Stone Age, this was a city of 34,000 people.
That's crazy.
When they built cities like Ur, the Mesopotamians were shaping the world in their own image.
And that's when it comes to like type of white supremacy, white domination, white in just a couple of centuries, because civilizations have been around for thousands of years, doing what they have been doing for thousands of years. And like they're saying, the Iraqis in Mesopotamia they had cities with multi-story houses, streets, roads, you know what I'm saying, irrigation, running water. 35,000 people living in the city. And when the Europeans were still in the Stone Age. But as soon as the Europeans started to explore and venture out of northwestern Europe, and they came south into the warmer regions and started seeing all of these other great cities and structures and architecture and domestication and irrigation and everything else. Like, they completely absorbed all of this knowledge. What they wiped out the people they got the knowledge from, which is the bad part. But they absorbed all this knowledge and used it to the best of their benefits, to the best of their ability, and they took what everyone else knew and used that knowledge and understanding to conquer the world. And no other people have done that. No other people chose to venture out and recreate the entire world in their image for their people, and to completely change cultures and language and, you know, the beliefs of God, and do it just by sheer will. And it's an amazing chapter of the human story that we're actually still in those pages right now. When will the page turn, or when will the chapter end and a new chapter begin? Shit, I don't know, but it will be a new chapter. You know, the book, you know, you can't keep telling the same story page after page, so some shit will change. Everything is a cycle. Nothing is linear. And so you always have to think about that things never really go in a straight line and continue that way. Everything kind of goes in a cycle, and what comes around goes around and repeats itself. And so the same goes for the human family as well. Good morning, yo. Unique loving my baby girls. Yeah, so everything is a cycle. And once we can figure out this cycle, you know what I'm saying, we'll be better prepared for changes when they come. And so, but we live by cycles, and we already understand cycles, and that's why we have a calendar. And that's one of the easiest cycles that we can understand is, you know, the year. It goes and starts, and it may seem like time is going straight in a linear line, but not actually, because everything comes back. Even the calendar, January still comes back every time. Everything goes in the cycle, yo. So once we understand this and apply the ancient way of thinking to society again, when you look at the Mayan calendar was a wheel, and the zodiac sign are, you know, the 12 signs, and we cycle through the signs, and everything goes around and comes back around. Karma, I'm telling you, put it out there, and if you put that negative energy out there, it's not just going to go in a straight line. It's not linear. You put that energy out there and it hits that cycle, and it's going to come back. You know what I'm saying? Everything is going to come back, and it might not even catch you in this life. You know what I'm saying? You might do all some badass Hitler motherfucking King Leopold the fucking second type shit and live good and happy. You think you died peaceful and all that shit. That shit might catch you in the fucking next life, or catch your fucking grandchild, and your grandchild will catch fucking hell from that shit. You know what I'm saying? So that energy gonna come back and get you. It'll come back and get you, yo. Yeah, because we have a Western way of thinking. I live in America, and the corporation of the United States, and so I can speak more on my understanding of my country, our society, our culture, and the way that the government is ran here. And we use the European Western ideology, you know, as a cultural norm, and it's a linear process in the way that they think. They're very you know, right hemisphere based, and they're just analytical, and so that's how most people think. But in order to be spiritual and to understand, you know, the oneness with nature is it's a struggle to understand those. But that's how the ancient cultures lived, and then the Europeans came around and called everybody savage, and you know, said that things were pagan and all this other shit. So it's a struggle to really get a decent perception on how things really work. Oh, okay, that's what's up, yo. In the UK, chilling. And so once again, that's why I study older civilizations. You know what I'm saying? Like, our technology doesn't make us more advanced. We're not smarter than the people from 6,000 years ago. We have the same brain capacity, you know what I'm saying? And actually, we've moved further away from being a homogeneous energy and understanding the oneness of self and nature and, you know, the infinite, and constantly trying to understand ourselves and where we came from and what we're made of and what we truly are. We go towards this scientific measure way way of thinking that has to name and categorize everything that we can perceive, and even try to categorize things that we can't perceive in the unknown unknowns. Whereas if you just be, you'll understand more. So the more we try to use all this technology and stuff to make our lives better, we're actually getting further and further away from our true selves and being able to understand our true selves. Mm-hmm. Technology tries to replace the abilities that we lost thousands of years ago. You know, telecommunications is telepathy, and you know, all these giant machines and heavy equipment that we use to build our structures. We probably had, you know, telekinesis and levitation abilities that we lost, and now we have to use technology and so-called science to try to advance our bodies to a way that we can, you know, manipulate the physical world around us better. But go paint a monkey. Marco. Mind over matter. If you don't mind, it doesn't matter. The greatest line from, well, one of the best lines from the very first Matrix movie, he watching the little boy try to bend the spoon. He's like, how you doing that? Little boy said, first of all, you got to realize there is no spoon. And you're just bending yourself. There is no spoon. It's perception. And mind over matter is perception. We create our own reality. And that's why two people can see the exact same situation differently. Am I Snoop Dogg? I'm Snoop Dogg's nephew. That's my uncle. Snoop Dogg is my uncle. He's not really my uncle. Snoop Dogg's not my uncle. But yeah, so mind over matter is It's a very easy way to try to explain a very, very complex thought process. Um, we actually create our own reality. So it all depends on your mindset, which will determine the matter around you. You know? Motherfuckers on that one show Taboo, the dude ate like light bulbs, or somebody ate a shopping cart. This one fat chick ate her entire mattress. You know what I'm saying? If they perceive that to be good for their vessel, and that's mind over matter. So that, you know, the way they perceive it is not the way we perceive it. It's weird. Just like little simple things like that is all about your perspective, the way that you build your own reality, which is mind over matter. Thank you. Marco, you are a guy, right? It don't matter, man. I take compliments. Appreciate that. You know, handsome as fuck. That's what it is. I get weird shit, man. Motherfuckers say I look like Tyson Beckford, Snoop Dogg, and what's the one basketball player? But then when you look at all these guys side by side, they look nothing alike. It's like, how the fuck do I look like all these people? Damn, what's the one basketball player? Somebody always say I look like, yeah, I can't even remember his name. But anyway, and then the wrestler, what's the wrestler name with the dreads? The black dude. Somebody says I look like him, and it's just weird as shit. But so what are we looking at? I don't know if you noticed or not, Mr. Joe Rogan, but I smoke crack. There. I'm gonna throw the biggest crack party. I believe in a infinite consciousness is what I believe in. I believe that I don't know, just by me using the limited language that we have for expressing or conveying ideas and thoughts, to even try to verbalize what my thoughts are on what our God is impossible. Just by me using words to explain it, it lessens the concept that I have of it. But how I try to explain what God is infinite consciousness. If there's, imagine that God is an ocean, and God is the water of the ocean itself. You are a part of that same body of water. That's infinite consciousness. The water knows all, and we're all a part of that ocean. We are all infinite consciousness. Now just imagine this. If there's a hand that comes with an eyedropper and it dips in the ocean and it pulls out just one drop of water, just one drop, that water is still exactly the same water as the ocean. There's no difference in the water, in the makeup, in the chemistry itself. The only difference is now that one drop is separated and it is inside of this vessel, the eyedropper. So that one drop of water went into the eyedropper, and now the eyedropper is holding that water, but it's still the exact same water as the ocean. You are that eyedropper. That's your body. It's a vessel, and you are still that one little drop of God that has separated itself. And now you have a different perspective and a different experience. and you feel things differently because you are now in a vessel, and you perceive things different because you're looking out of the vessel. And yes, even though you are God, you're not completely aware of your entire self because you're separated from yourself. And when our vessels can no longer hold our drop of water, it has to let it go. And when our drop of water is released from the vessel, it goes right back into the ocean. And now when it comes back into the entire consciousness, it brings with it the experiences that it has amassed while it was inside that vessel. And now it evolves itself even more and brings more consciousness to the ultimate consciousness, to the infinite consciousness. So I feel like we're all God. You know? We are all a part of infinite consciousness. And we're just trying to explain that, but we can't because it's an understanding. Once you can see the functionality and the inner operations of the unit, and you can see it from the top, from the sides, and that's your 3 dimensions. But once you can see it from the bottom, and you know how even everything works from every angle, and you can see it from that 4th dimension, now you can see it from the top, the sides, and the underneath, the underlying principles and workings of it, then you have a understanding. And so in our attempt to understand what we are, we pull ourselves away from actually experiencing what we are. And a lot of these are my thoughts, but I've heard other people explain them the way that I can't, you know what I'm saying? And like I say, I've heard a conversation where they say is, whoa. But like I say, just 2 people talking about what they think God is lost in translation. And because we've lost our telepathy, I can't directly implant my thoughts into you, so I have to use this limited language of expression to try to convey what I feel, and it's almost impossible. So, but there is something to the creator energy, the original source, what some people call the supreme mathematics. When you look at the divine number, the Fibonacci sequence, and pi, and all of that, and and this certain structure that our physical world is built upon. Once again, once you understand the underlying mechanisms of that, you can see the consciousness that it took to create what we call reality, or life itself, what we define as life. But what is not life? Is it death? Is death really the opposite of life? Is there even a such thing as death, since we are energy beings, and energy can't be destroyed? It can only be manipulated, transferred, or dispersed, but you can't destroy it. So and once again, once when you think like Europeans and you use the Western ideology mindset of thinking, is infinitely more harder to to really understand anything spiritual, because it's not really in them. And so they've taught the entire world to think a certain way and to believe in, their religions and their creation myths and their gods and, their heaven and hell. Ooh, because if you don't do what my God tells you to do, you will burn forever in brimstone and fire. Like, whoa, you're fucking crazy. That's not how it goes, bro. It's nothing like that. Because Satan is on your shoulder. He's telling you to do bad shit. Ooh. Really? No. No, I refuse. I refuse to believe your little kooky tales of fear trying to terrorize the mind of young children. Oh, what time is it? 47? Okay, you've been here 47 minutes. I should really get started painting something. I was kind of letting it warm up in here, man. I got my little heater on. It's chilly in here this morning, yo. The studio is chilly. I got my mini fireplace. Yo, don't hate on my fireplace. Oh, I forgot what tea I had on. For a minute there, you bored me to death. You see, I went flatline, yo. Bored and shit. I hope I don't bore you guys to death. Try not to bore you guys to death. But I will go fix me one more cup of coffee. One more. I really should drink a smoothie or something, but not coffee, but cappuccino. It's so delicious. It's just a little bit of, I think it's this hazelnut shit. Alright, so we're going to get back to the Gardens of Babel. We'll listen to a little bit more of this documentary. Once again, like I say, I always like to listen to lectures, documentaries, talks, debates, anything like that, but you always have to understand your source and who is telling you the information, and their own opinions and biases will be intertwined with the semi-truths that they try to put out there. So you always gotta really listen, because they're never gonna tell the whole story or the real story. Like they said that the Sumerians invented the wheel. Really doubt that. So just be mindful of what you listen to, because there can be some really good information and some really good facts in here, but at the same time they always tell history in a way that it doesn't disrupt anything. Because if we knew the real history of civilization, then we would have to rewrite a lot of European history books, and they don't want to. I mean, they know that, and so they hide everything in the Vatican and all the records that they say were destroyed in the Library of Alexandria and all this other good stuff. And so they don't have to go about the massive undertaking of rewriting all of their history to tell the truth, to make black and brown people fit in where they really fit in. But it is what it is. So when you listen to stuff like this, once again, just be mindful. It's a lot of good information, but you got to tune them dials in, and read between the lines a little bit too to get a better story. But then you have to do more research upon more research upon more research to know when someone's not telling you the complete truth.
La transformation de l'environnement par les habitants de la Mésopotamie est un phénomène fondamental. Ils ne se sont pas simplement contentés de créer des villages, ils ont implanté des zones de culture. Par la suite, à l'époque des villes, ils ne se sont pas contentés de laisser pousser des villes, ils ont aménagé la région. Et le mode de vie qu'ils ont développé était un mode de vie de domination de la nature. Et ça, c'est quelque chose de tout à fait étonnant qu'on ne pense pas toujours. Ils ont dominé leur nature pour arriver à la mettre au service de leur survie.
Made to last, with fired bricks covered in tar, the ziggurat of Ur is impressive. It, up to 20 kilometers away, could see the house of their god. Drawings done by the British archaeologist Leonard Woolley in the early 20th century help us imagine what Ur looked like 4,000 years ago. This immense city was surrounded by 4,000 hectares of cereal fields. Traders from the Persian Gulf sailed into its harbour and exported food to the Arabian Peninsula, several thousand kilometres away. The daily life of the city centred on the temple, where the people prayed and political and economic decisions were taken. Behind an 8-metre-high city wall, the houses were haphazardly piled up. The streets were narrow, winding and unsewered. Garbage was burnt outside the house when it wasn't simply left on the road. 3-storey buildings jostled with single-storey ones, and none of the houses was aligned with its neighbours. Their facades had no openings, just low doors and a few air vents, in order to keep the interior cool and to keep the dust clouds out. For a long time, little was known of life in Ur. Leonard Woolley had spent years excavating the ruins when, in 1926, he discovered what was dubbed the Death Pit. It was the tomb of Queen Puabi and of more than 20 servants and soldiers who were sacrificed and buried with her in order to serve her in the afterlife. Among the skeletons covered in gold and silver, Woolley found this, the so-called Standard of Ur. Its mother-of-pearl figures show Sumerian fishermen, slaves and soldiers walking for eternity against a sky of lapis lazuli. Like stills from a movie, its amazingly detailed panels show war chariots crushing the enemy. Or the frozen smile of a scribe having a drink with friends. In the arid desert that now surrounds the site, the traces of the past are still visible.
Graveyard, yeah, my man's. Graveyard shift, my man.
When they found the ruins of Sumerian dams on this barren land, several kilometres from the rivers, 19th century archaeologists faced an enigma. How had people lived in this desert, so far from the source of water? The desert city of Nippur, 250 kilometres south of Baghdad. The ruins of a temple rise above the dunes. It was during excavations of this site that archaeologists found the key to the enigma.
So Skynet, that comes from Minority Report, if I'm not mistaken. Minority Report is a movie that's based on a book that was written by Philip K. Dick. Philip K. Dick also wrote another book called A Scanner Darkly. They also made that into a movie. A Scanner Darkly stars Keanu Reeves, Woody Harrelson, Robert Downey Jr., Winona Ryder, But they filmed the entire movie and then put a layer of animation over the entire movie so it looks like a cartoon. It's fucking awesome as shit. So if you like some shit like that, yo, go out and find the movie called A Scanner Darkly and watch that shit. You're gonna love that shit, yo. Skynet is learning. It definitely is, yo. Preemptive strikes, yo. Thought crimes. You know what I'm saying? We gotta get motherfuckers before they do something bad. You feel me? Skynet.
This clay tablet is a map of Nippur. It shows the exact locations of the temple and the city wall. The Euphrates ran to the west of the wall. It had been diverted to supply the city with water. The cities had therefore been built beside the water. But changes in landform and the sheer force of the floodwaters changed the course of the rivers. Satellite images help us reconstruct the map of Oz 5,000 years ago. Nippur, Uruk, Gisu and Ur, the main cities of the Sumerian civilization, evolved in a vastly different landscape. At that time, the Tigris and the Euphrates ran through much of Mesopotamia as a single river. They separated only downstream from Nippur. Sunrise over ancient Ur. It is midsummer, and the day will be scorchingly hot. Slowly, the city comes to life. People slept on their rooftops, which were much cooler at night than the small rooms of their houses. Ancient texts listing real estate sales show that the house's floor space was less than 70 square meters. In the early morning, people come onto the streets. Merchants try to entice the passers-by. They try to do business while the day is still cool.
That's where you live at, bro? Pretty interesting. Tell me more.
In the courtyards of some houses, men relax and drink beer through straws.
Through straws?
Several ancient texts refer to the Sumerian temperament. The Sumerians' exposure to the hazards of nature made them conscious of the brevity and fragility of life.
Is that your mixtape in the fireplace?
In the streets, men often wear konaks, wrap-around sheepskin skirts that go from the waist to the knees or ankles, depending on the season and fashion. The wives of dignitaries wear colourful, lighter garments. Both men and women wear jewellery, earrings, bracelets and necklaces.
Earrings.
Archaeologists have discovered that forgers operating in the walled city could replicate gold and turquoise. People who couldn't afford real jewellery could buy and wear fancy fakes. This neighbourhood was home to merchants, shopkeepers and traders. The homes of the scribes, masons and carpenters and the slaves' houses were all within a short distance of the temple.
Damn, that cappuccino's good.
The treasures discovered in Ur are enormously important for archaeologists. They reveal Sumerian customs, and they demonstrate the quality of the craftsman's work. Sumerian goldsmiths had mastered the techniques of chiseling and soldering gold. The bull's head on this harp has eyes of lapis lazuli turned towards eternity. The harp itself is decorated with shells and precious stones.
Lavish.
For their last journey with their queen, the servants wore a spectacular diadem of gold bands and precious stones. A braiding of beech leaves covered the brow, and above the head rose 3 golden flowers. The gold, used also in cups and ceremonial weapons, as well as the lapis lazuli and turquoise, all came from the east. The mother of pearl and the shells came from Bahrain. The raw material used to make this billy goat shows how prosperous Ur was and how thriving its trade. Archaeologists have traced the origins of some of its materials.
I'm all limber.
To get the lapis lazuli, the Sumerians sent their caravans 3,000 kilometers to the Badakhshan mountains, in what is now northern Pakistan.
Northern Pakistan.
Peshawar, the merchant city in northern Pakistan. This rough lapis lazuli has been shipped from Afghanistan. Splashing water on the stones brings out the intense blue that fascinated the Sumerians. Archaeologists have established that the lapis lazuli trade began with the Sumerian civilization 3,500 years before Christ. 3,000 years before the Silk Road, the Sumerians had opened up the trade routes that crisscrossed the east. With the development of trade, the Sumerians invented the concept of the contract. Cylindrical stone seals were carved and finally engraved with a negative bas-relief. When a contract was entered into, or goods needed to be identified, the cylinder was rolled in clay. The mark it left on the clay sealed the transaction. That was also how the Sumerians, who held contracts in great esteem, began to make laws. Very few legal texts from the Sumerian period have been found, but in the early 20th century, in the Persian city of Susa, archaeologists discovered the stone of Hammurabi, king of Babylon. It had been seized as a trophy by the Elamites, who went on a rampage through Mesopotamia in the 12th century BC. Hammurabi had the legal code that bears his name drawn up in 1694 BC. It enshrined all of Sumeria's laws, and all 282 articles were carved on the stone. They mostly relate to aspects of everyday life, to commercial transactions, marriages, and inheritances. As a judge, the king ordered investigations, protected the people from abuse by officials, and oversaw great public works. The Code of Hammurabi proves that the Sumerians were precursors in many areas. On the back of the stone, Article 196 warns, "An eye for an eye," a principle repeated in the Law of Moses. To build their Garden of Eden, the Sumerians roamed the world in search of commodities they lacked. For example, there was no wood in the Mesopotamian desert. To get this rare commodity, which they used exclusively as a building material, the Sumerians ventured to Syria, Turkey, and the mountains of Lebanon. Today, cedar forests are few and far between. After the Sumerians, all the ancient civilizations used cedar, and gradually they cut down almost all the cedar trees.
I don't know, man. That glare is just gonna stay there. Oh, crap. Come on. Shit.
Legend has it that some cedars are over 4,000 years old and grew in civilizations now vanished. They could testify to the efforts of the Sumerians. Bas-reliefs found in temples show Sumerian loggers felling 100-year-old cedars and loading them onto their ships before sailing down the Euphrates. These expeditions lasted several months and show the enormous achievement of a people living in a hostile environment.
I don't know, man. I can never find a good angle for this goddamn camera.
Some discoveries made by the Sumerians 5,000 years ago are still used by Iraqis today. Tar, for instance, is used for waterproofing boat hulls and sealing the roofs of houses.
I don't know, man. Like, I really need my light on, but it does give you guys this crazy ass glare. And there's almost nothing I can do about it. Oh shit, what was that?
This is Hate, a small town on the banks of the Euphrates, 600 kilometers from the Sumerian cities. Tar and sulfur erupt from the earth here. Tar floats, and archaeologists believe the Sumerians could have collected tar from the riverbanks as it floated down the Euphrates. The people of Hate still collect tar by methods that haven't changed for thousands of years. Before taking the tar out of the water, you have to coat your hands in sand. The Sumerians, too, used tar for waterproofing boats, but they mainly used it for sealing bricks and for waterproofing the foundations of public buildings. This precaution reflected a major event in their lives: floods. George Smith, a 19th century Londoner who studied Sumerian tablets in the British Museum, deciphered some legends about devastating floods.
The wickedness of men so displeased Enlil, the supreme god, that he decided to swallow man up in a huge flood. Enki, protector of men, pleaded with him, but in vain. So Enki decided to preserve a remnant. He asked Ziusudra to build an ark and to take animals in pairs on board with him. After 6 days and nights of storm, the world was submerged. On the 7th day, the storm abated. Ziusudra released a dove that, finding no resting place, returned to him. On the 8th day, he released a raven that never returned. Mankind was saved.
nous n'avons retrouvé les mythes mésopotamiens que depuis un peu plus d'un siècle dans les textes qui ont été trouvés, en particulier dans la bibliothèque de Ninive, en particulier le déluge. Sans réalité,
deluge, 'cause the creator,
toute la civilisation occidentale, tout le christianisme occidental est
from the
imbibé
Christian
du
books.
texte biblique. Et dans le texte biblique, il y a des mythes qui viennent directement du monde mésopotamien. Et toute l'histoire du christianisme occidental est dominée par ces mythes.
So what he's saying is that the biblical description of the flood was actually taken directly from the Sumerian story of the flood, but like you say, like you hear when they just told the Sumerian account of what you can hear him say the word deluge is the flood. They said it was the Sumerians said it lasted 7 days, and they sent out a dove and a raven. Raven never came back. They knew the raven found somewhere to land, and everyone on the ark was saved. And in the Bible, it was 40 days before the rain stopped.
Pas compris, réinterprété bien souvent, pas senti peut-être dans la signification profonde que leur accordaient les habitants de la Mésopotamie. Mais ces mythes sont là et ils nous ont complètement imprégnés.
The gods instilled fear and respect. They symbolized the Sumerians' mistrust of nature. Each divinity in their pantheon played a role. Each one ruled over a city. Enlil, god of wind, ruled over air and earth in the city of Nippur. Enki, god of water and the world, was worshipped in Eridu. Udu, god of justice and truth.
Now, if you guys have never heard the Sumerian creation story, they talk about these two brothers, Enki and Enlil, who actually the Sumerians say are their creator gods, but they came from the heavens, is what they called it. And they even knew that their creator gods had a home world called Nibiru. And so you get into this whole myth of other beings coming from a distant, far world, coming here and creating man and giving man knowledge and wisdom and understanding.
Was worshipped in Lhasa. Inanna, known to the Babylonians as the fertility goddess Ishtar, was worshipped in Uruk. She inspired both love and war. To the Greeks, she was Aphrodite, and to the Romans, Venus. The smooth curves of this alabaster statue reflect the skill of the Sumerian artists. Their art and their religious devotion are highlighted by the statue's finish and their expressive faces.
Le sentiment religieux des Mésopotamiens, c'est quelque chose qui est bien difficile à saisir. Nous trouvons dans les fouilles des temples. Nous avons, par les textes, des mythes. Nous avons des rituels, c'est-à-dire ce qu'il faut accomplir lors de telle ou telle cérémonie.
So it's weird because
mais le sentiment profond
there is no subtitles.
Très mal exprimé. Il y a dans l'univers mésopotamien un concept très général de puissance divine. Il y a des forces.
So life in
et l'homme est
Mesopotamia,
au
the
service de ces
perception
forces.
was
Il doit
different from
je vais dire, faire avec elle.
From
Je
the
dois
pharaohs
composer
in
avec
Egypt.
elle. Cette religion est une religion de l'homme au service du Dieu. Ce service, c'est quoi? C'est assurer son existence au quotidien, c'est lui donner à manger, lui donner à boire au cours des repas de chaque journée, c'est de le vêtir avec des beaux vêtements. Alors il s'agit évidemment de sa statue, de mettre des colliers, de les enlever, de changer selon les jours. Puis, de temps en temps, on sort le Dieu dans des grandes fêtes, on le promène à travers la ville, il va faire des séjours ailleurs, puis il revient dans son temple. Si nous regardons les faits tels que nous les connaissons, la religion mésopotamienne, c'est à peu près ça.
Prayer was part of daily life for the Sumerians. The upkeep and ceremonies of the temple required a large body of priests and other staff, and every day the faithful brought their offerings. The archives of the city of Uruk describe the daily meal of its four main gods as follows: 250 loaves of bread, 1,000 tarts, 50 sheep, 8 lambs, 2 oxen, and 1 calf. Celestial food that was offered to the gods and later fed the temple's 1,200 priests and staff. The scribes recorded the hopes of the Sumerians. In exchange for their devotion, their virtue, and their respect for the established order, the Sumerians hoped for eternal life in the next world. The never-ending struggle to tame nature made them conscious of the fragility of life and inspired their most beautiful myths. Gilgamesh, the fifth king of Uruk in the 3rd millennium BC, was a historical figure. He was the Sumerians' hero, and the stories of his adventures were famous throughout Mesopotamia. They sum up the history of the Sumerian civilization. Gilgamesh was a just king and a great builder, who also challenged the gods. He tamed savages, and he went to the distant forest of fragrant cedar to confront the fire-eating monster Humbaba. During their fight, Gilgamesh cut off the monster's head. He returned to Uruk in triumph. To punish him, the goddess Inanna sent the celestial bull to destroy the city. The bull dried up the meadows and rivers and opened deep crevices into which people fell to their deaths. So the Lord scattered them abroad from thence upon the face of all the earth, and they left off building the city. The Sumerians' vision was prophetic. After ruling Mesopotamia for 3,000 years, their civilization, attacked from all sides, collapsed. The pomp of their cities was over, and so was their influence. The irrigation canals gradually dried up. The walls of the houses collapsed. The temples themselves collapsed under the combined assault of the sun, the rain, and the wind. The clay of the bricks turned to dust, leaving only a shapeless mass above the dunes, the last vestiges of a civilization's grandeur. How can we explain the complete disappearance of such a brilliant civilization, or the decadence of a people who left behind only ruins and the remains of looted temples?
Est-ce qu'on peut parler d'un déclin? Dans une certaine mesure, oui, mais peut-être plutôt d'une sclérose. Toutes ces grandes découvertes réalisées par les gens du 4e millénaire, toute la pensée qui se concrétise par des manifestations religieuses, ou disons dans le cadre du religieux, toutes ces choses-là évoluent. Et vu à longue échelle, on s'aperçoit qu'il y a de moins en moins de liberté possible dans l'expression d'un certain nombre de choses. Par exemple, l'art mésopotamien est infiniment plus divers, plus florissant au 3e millénaire que au 1er millénaire. Qu'est-ce qui se passe vers 1200 ? Vers 1200, c'est la découverte du fer. Le fer est un atout, le fer est quelque chose de plus efficace que le cuivre, et par certains côtés plus facile à travailler, même s'il faut une température plus forte, à des applications encore plus nombreuses. Donc c'est une amélioration. Mais l'environnement de la Mésopotamie n'est pas riche en fer. Et le problème des sources va se poser parce qu'il faut aller beaucoup plus loin. Et par conséquent, les régions qui ont du minerai de fer vont jouer un rôle beaucoup plus fort que la Mésopotamie.
For almost a century, in the tablets archived in the temples, scribes patiently recorded the decline of crop yields. From 2350 BC, wheat production fell by 40%. Only barley production remained stable. How could a people who had developed such advanced techniques be powerless to keep their resources from dwindling? For decades, archaeologists pored over texts for an answer, but the answer lay in the field. The irrigation system made the Sumerians powerful, but it also contributed to their destruction. As 3,000 years of irrigation water evaporated, the salt buried deep in the land rose to the surface. In the end, a white cover of salt, hardened by the sun, made the soil sterile and the wheat could no longer grow. The local people are still plagued by this problem today. In some areas, the earth is cracked. It resembles uncultivated desert. This is what the great fields around the cities looked like. Faced with climate change and desertification, Sumerian farmers could find no solution. But can one speak of the decline of a civilization?
Parler d'un déclin n'est pas correct. C'est une puissance qui s'est développée et une civilisation qui est arrivée au fond à son terme en donnant des produits superbes. Et alors ces produits, cette pensée, elle ne va pas périr. C'est une pensée qui va être transmise. Les Grecs, les Perses, qui sont eux-mêmes des gens très cultivés, comme les gens de la Mésopotamie de l'époque, enfin certaines catégories, certaines élites, vont transmettre leur science, transmettre leur savoir. Et ceci va se faire en particulier par l'Anatolie, en direction du monde grec. Et par le monde grec, ça va se retrouver dans la Méditerranée. Et tout le bassin méditerranéen va hériter de cette civilisation mésopotamienne, mais sans pouvoir faire une référence absolue aux formes mêmes de cette civilisation mésopotamienne.
The weakened Sumerian cities were unable to face the economic competition from the large cities to the north of Mesopotamia. Other civilizations, inspired by the Sumerian example, planted their standards on the conquered land. By 2004 BC, Sumer was finished. The Assyrians dominated Mesopotamia. The Epic of Babylon could now begin. Beneath the pitiless sun, the Sumerians' wealth returned to the dust. It's their story that the Bible tells. Like the builders of the Tower of Babel, the men and women of Sumer were scattered upon the face of all the earth. The water the Sumerians feared brought on their destruction. Having controlled the floods of the Tigris and the Euphrates, having drawn their life force from their waters, the Sumerians were swept away by history and disappeared. They left mankind the legacy of their wealth, traces of their creative genius, and a sense of the extraordinary fragility of civilizations.
Thousand years ago. Northern Europe is slowly emerging from the Stone Age. In the Mediterranean, the roots of two great civilizations, Greece and Rome, have yet to take hold. In Mesopotamia, the mighty empire of Assyria is still far in the future. But to the south, on the northeast tip of Africa, something unparalleled in antiquity is taking place. Rising from the banks of the Nile River in Egypt are three colossal pyramids, monuments to the most enduring civilization the world would ever see. When the Greek historian Herodotus visited Egypt 4.5 centuries before the birth of Christ, he was awestruck. The wonders were greater than those of any other land, he observed. There were pyramids taller than any man-made structures on Earth. Avenues of sphinxes, half man, half beast. And towering stone pillars called obelisks. There were giant statues of long-dead pharaohs. And exotic mummies encased in gold. And everywhere, the enigmatic symbols of its sacred writing. Here, reaching across the chasm of time, was a civilization that had flourished for more than 3,000 years. To the ancients, Egypt was already ancient. Cleopatra, who ruled during the 1st century BC, is closer in time to us than she is to the pharaohs who built the pyramids. Egypt is so old that for centuries its origins remained shrouded in mystery. Even the Egyptians weren't really sure how old they were or where they came from. Herodotus said Egypt was the gift of the Nile. But the Egyptians knew from the beginning that life on the Nile could be precarious. Isolated by an endless expanse of desert, vulnerable to a river that was unpredictable, and a climate that could dramatically change, civilization in Egypt was forged in part by the realities of a harsh environment. The Egyptians called it chaos. Lurking in the background were powerful forces waiting to be unleashed. Because disaster could strike at any moment, the Egyptians clung to a profound belief. Order, not chaos, was the will of the gods. To maintain order and keep chaos at bay, the Egyptians envisioned a king who was a living god, the earthly manifestation of Horus the Hawk, ruler of the skies. Pitted against him was the unruly god Seth, the harbinger of chaos. The eternal conflict between order and chaos would ultimately guide the destiny of Egyptian civilization. But the true story of how it came about vanished in antiquity. In the twilight of Egypt's greatness, around 300 BC, a priest named Manetho began the awesome task of compiling the first complete history of Egypt. The challenge would have been daunting, yet in temple libraries and on the walls of Egypt's most sacred places, volumes had already been written. A 1,000 years before Manetho was born, the pharaoh Seti I built a temple at Abydos dedicated to Osiris, the god of the dead. In a special hall of the ancestors, his son, the future Ramesses II, is shown reading from a papyrus. The document, carved on the wall in hieroglyphs, contains a list of 76 royal names in chronological order. Each name is encircled by a stylized coil of rope. The symbol, called by Egyptologists a cartouche, identifies a king. Together, the kings ruled over 2,000 years of Egyptian history. Using temple documents such as these, Manetho organized his history into 30 royal dynasties. The earliest name on the list is Mene. King Mene founded Egypt's first dynasty about 3100 BC. According to Manetho, he reigned for 60 years, during which he expanded Egypt's borders and won great acclaim before being carried off by a hippopotamus. Before King Mene, Egypt was ruled by demigods called the spirits of the dead, but their names were long forgotten. Were the spirits of the dead history or mythology? Where did Egyptian civilization really begin? Ironically, not along the banks of the Nile. "70 miles west of the Nile in the Sahara Desert, it's so hot and dry, what little rain that falls evaporates before it hits the ground." Here, in this desolate landscape, lived a tribe of nomads who just may have been the ancestors of the pharaohs. Fred Wendorf of Southern Methodist University in Dallas, Texas, heads an international team of archaeologists who've been scouring the desert looking for signs of human occupation. In 1974, they located an ancient settlement on the rim of a shallow basin they call Nabta Playa. The Sahara was not always parched and arid. Radiocarbon dating reveals that at about 8000 BC, tropical Africa's summer monsoon shifted northward, increasing the rainfall on the desert and allowing seasonal lakes to form. One such lake was Nabta Playa. Here, surrounded by stretches of grassland to feed their livestock, people could take shelter from the heat and the vagaries of the desert. But the rain was unpredictable. Without it, the lake dried up. 3 days without water meant the difference between life and death. With survival hanging in the balance, a remarkable thing happened. Co-leader of the expedition, Romuald Schild of the Polish Academy of Sciences, has discovered a tiny circle of stones, a Stonehenge in miniature, but 2,000 years older. He thinks it was used to predict the coming of the rainy season.
Well, this humble pile of rocks that you see here is actually one of the oldest calendars ever found. This one consisted of a stone ring and two upright stone alignments that I call gates. You can see them here and there, and one of the alignments points to the north, exactly. The other one, though, that you can see in this, going in this direction, points to the position of the sun on the 21st of June. That is the beginning of summer, the beginning of the rain season in this belt of Africa.
The discovery of this calendar circle only hinted at what was to come. Nearby, several unusual stones were also found, arranged in circles marking the location of deep pits. The stones, some weighing over 1.5 tons, didn't come from Nabta Playa. They'd been dragged here from a distant quarry. For the desert dwellers to transport large stones and erect them required an incredible amount of effort and organization. The question is, why? Fred Wendorf thinks they may mark the graves of important people or honor their spirits. Perhaps someone powerful enough to intercede with the gods and bring rain. One of the most imposing objects was found in this pit, perhaps the final resting place of a ruler or a chieftain. At first it looked like an ordinary boulder, but when Wendorf examined it more closely, it turned out to be a primitive sculpture.
We found this very large and carefully shaped stone down in this hole, about a meter above the large bedrock outcrop here that's shaped like a mushroom. You can see how carefully it's worked, and smoothed on the surfaces, sharp edge, and you can see how they were able to control the length of the piece by making grooves in this face here, which you can see. And then by using a wedge, they were able to strike off the flakes at exactly the points that they wanted to. This is altogether a very impressive piece of stonework, and it may well mark the beginning of Egyptian fascination with working in large stones. It is also an important marker of social rank, because the ability to control large numbers of men that were needed to shape this stone, to bring it into position, to shape the bedrock below, required that there would be numerous people for a considerable period of time to accomplish all of this. And this indicates that this individual had a higher rank than the others.
Here, 7,000 years ago, the first crude monuments in Egypt rose from the desert to honor a fallen king and bring order out of chaos. But for the people of Nabta Playa, the sands of time were running out. Around 5000 BC, the summer monsoon began to shift again, this time south. The rains eventually stopped, and oases like Nabta Playa permanently dried up. Forced to abandon the desert, the settlers headed due east, towards the Nile. The Nile is Egypt's lifeblood. From origins deep in East Africa, the river flows northward some 4,000 miles before reaching Egypt's Nile Valley, an oasis over 600 miles long. For the last 100 miles, it fans out into a wide delta before spilling into the Mediterranean Sea. Throughout Egyptian history, the Nile was both a blessing and a curse. Once a year, swollen by monsoon rains in Ethiopia, the river flooded its banks, depositing nutrient-rich soil Egyptians called the Black Land.
That's not why it was called the Black Land. Oh my fucking God. Really? Did they just throw that in there? Oh, because the soil was nutrient rich and it was really deep in color, so they call it the Black Land. No, because one of the oldest names for Egypt is Kemet, which means the land of the blacks, not the black land. Holy shit. So once again, that's why I say you gotta know your history, because even when you listen to informative documentaries like this, they're gonna tell you the story, but they're gonna chop it up and word it in a way that doesn't really alter their history. You know, because if we tell real history, then the history that's written in the books would have to be changed slightly. Wow, that was nice how he did that, though. That's why Kemet was called the Black Land, because the soil was so rich with minerals deposits. Really? Oh my God, you almost got that one by almost.
One of the most fertile regions on Earth. But in the past, the river was as unpredictable as rain in the desert. Too high a flood could destroy villages. Too low a flood meant famine. To escape the chaos of uncertainty, the Egyptians devised the world's first calendar based on 3 seasons of 4 months each. It's the model for the calendar we use today. But this time, they weren't watching the weather, they were watching the Nile. The time of the flood was called inundation. The time of emergence was when the water receded and crops could be planted. During the dry period, when the Nile was lowest, the crops were harvested. Working together, the Egyptians dug wells, built dikes to protect their villages, and developed the rudiments of geometry to redraw their property lines each year. By 4000 BC, after the people of Nabta had settled in the Nile Valley, the first glimmerings of Egyptian civilization began to appear. Beautifully decorated pottery, animal-shaped palettes designed for mixing cosmetics, and flint knives so well made they've never been equaled, some with elaborately carved ivory handles. Gradually, between 4000 and 3000 BC, 2 powerful kingdoms emerged.
Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt.
Because the Nile flows from south to north, the kingdom that flourished in the Nile Delta is called Lower Egypt, the land of the papyrus plant. The kingdom of Upper Egypt, the land of the lotus, blossomed in the Nile Valley. The symbols of the 2 kingdoms are woven together throughout Egyptian history. They signify the union of the 2 lands into the world's first great civilization. What has long puzzled archaeologists is how and when unification took place. Renee Friedman of the University of California at Berkeley.
Kind of both, bro. I taught myself how to paint. And a few years after I was painting, I started taking some classes at a gallery, not like at a school or university or something. It was just a local art gallery. Had an awesome ass artist, and he gave classes 3 times a week. So I would take his class on Fridays at noon, and he showed me a lot about painting, a hell of a lot. And so I would still consider myself to be self-taught because I was already painting before I met my mentor. But definitely after I met my mentor, my skills increased dramatically. Dramatic. So, and now I'm the shit. You feel me? Ha! Trap House say he the shit. And now I'm the bee's knees. It's all about dark to light, dark to light. Walking around showing off your body because it sells, plus to avoid the fact that you ain't got skills. Well, I keep that shit real niggas feel. Why 99% of your fans with high heels. I'd be like, fuck that. He started it. He done forgot what a hardcore artist is. A hardcore artist is a dangerous man, such as myself, trained to run 20 miles in soft sand, on or off land, programmed to kick hundreds of balls off hand from a lost and forgotten land. You done did it, man. You done spit it so whack shit and probably thought that because it been a minute I forget it. He said, I kick you when you're growing, stick you for your vanguard award in front of your mom's first, second, and third born. Make your wife get on the horn, called Minister Farrakhan. That was funny.
And her colleagues are looking for clues at the site of the ancient capital of Upper Egypt.
What you got over there, Sean?
We've got what appears to be a man.
Called by the Greeks Hierakonpolis, the city of the hawk. It was Egypt's first city.
35 to 50-year range.
Today, its monuments and structures are long gone. Instead, craters dug by robbers litter the site. A century ago, archaeologists thought that all that was left in the desert was a plundered cemetery not worth exploring. Little did they know that hidden in the sand was a wealth of new information. New discoveries show that by 3500 BC, Hierakonpolis was one of the most important settlements along the Nile. Over 2 miles long, it was a bustling community of farmers, administrators, craftsmen, and potters. One potter was manufacturing cookware for his neighbors. He signed his pots by pressing his thumb into the wet clay just below the rim. 5,000 years later, fragments still cover the ground near his kiln. Because of a freak industrial accident, it is possible to identify his home.
These are the remains of the potter's house. It's the oldest preserved house in all of Egypt, and we owe its fine preservation to the fact that the potter worked a little bit too close to where he lived. Fortunately for us, but unfortunately for him, one day a shift in the wind caused a fire from the kiln to travel the short distance to the house, setting it alight. The fire reddened and hardened the native silts and the mud bricks that formed the lower portion of the house, and reduced the posts and the mats of its walls to the charcoal and ash that we see here.
On the north side of town was a vast industrial complex of bakeries, Egypt's earliest known breweries, and granaries for storing wheat. But the most important structure in Hierakonpolis was uncovered in 1985 when archaeologists stumbled upon several large holes 6 feet deep, large enough to support massive wooden columns 20 feet tall.
These columns formed the facade of a massive shrine that would have dominated the entire temple complex and the town of Hierakonpolis as a whole.
This is the earliest known temple in Egypt. Nowhere was the power of the king more evident. During ritual ceremonies, the king, seated on a throne, would oversee the sacrifice of animals to the hawk god Horus, the patron of all future kings of Egypt. Designed to evoke the silhouette of a crouching animal with horns and a tail, the temple was lavishly appointed with colored mats and pillars, perhaps made from cedars imported from Lebanon. The prototype of all the great temple complexes to come, it dominated the landscape of Hierakonpolis. But for now, the city of the hawk had a rival, Buto, the capital of Lower Egypt. Situated north of modern Cairo in the Nile Delta, today all that remains of Buto is a huge amount of earth and debris, and these stones and statues which are dated 2,000 years later. But in this trench, archaeologists have uncovered the fragments of hundreds of clay pots dating back to the same period as Hierakonpolis, 3,500 BC and earlier. Dina Faltings of the German Archaeological Institute is in charge of the excavation and an expert in the study of ancient pottery. By reassembling the fragments and comparing them to pottery from Hierakonpolis, she's made a surprising discovery. Buto in early times was the home of a very different culture. The pots from Buto are less sophisticated than those from Upper Egypt.
We have here a lump of clay on the bottom, and then they put in some upright slabs, and they just squeeze this together and burnish the surface to close it. In contrast to that, we have some imports from Upper Egypt, like this pot. It's a very little elegant form. The quality is, you can hear it, it's much tighter. And from much better technology, they had better kilns in Upper Egypt. And obviously, the Lower Egyptian people who made this kind of pots realized that too, so they tried to imitate these pots. But with their Lower Egyptian technique and skill, which is not very high, so they didn't do a very good job.
Dina Faltings' work at Buto reveals that by 3200 BC,
the thing you have to realize about Lower and Upper Egypt is that Lower Egypt is north and Upper Egypt is south. It's weird as shit, but they go on the elevation of the land. So the elevation of Upper Egypt is a higher elevation, and you look down at Lower Egypt, even though Lower Egypt is to the north. So it's weird how they say Upper and Lower Egypt. Everybody would just assume that, okay, Upper means top and Lower means bottom,
the superior
north and
culture
south,
of
but it's
Upper
kind of
Egypt
the
had swept
opposite.
through Lower Egypt, and the two kingdoms became one. But was the transformation peaceful? Or was it bloody? The union of the two kingdoms along the Nile was a milestone in Egyptian civilization. But how it came about was a nagging question. All archaeologists had to go on was a single object found at Hierakonpolis in 1898. This exquisite ceremonial palette, made of slate, dates back to around 3100 BC. It was dedicated by a king of Upper Egypt called Narmer, who some believe was the legendary King Mene, Egypt's first pharaoh. On one side, Narmer, wearing a bulbous crown, is about to strike down a prisoner in the presence of Horus, the hawk god of Hierakonpolis. On the other side of the palette, Narmer, wearing a crown with a curled tongue, appears in a procession moving towards two rows of decapitated prisoners. The lions, their long necks intertwined, symbolize unification. The key to understanding Narmer's palette is in the crowns. In Upper Egypt, the king donned a white crown with a bulbous tip. In Lower Egypt, a red crown with a long protruding tongue. Together they form a double crown, signifying that Pharaoh had become the lord of the two lands. For the next 3,000 years after unification, the image of the king wearing a double crown would appear on statues and temples throughout Egypt to reinforce his dominion over all the land. Narmer's palette seemed to confirm that unification occurred after a bloody conquest. But for a century it remained the only evidence. until a tiny object turned up at Egypt's oldest royal graveyard, Abydos. Believed to be the final resting place of Osiris, the god of the dead, the ground is strewn with broken pots, the shattered remains of offerings to one of Egypt's most important gods. Long before the pharaohs carved their tombs in the Valley of the Kings or built the pyramids, Egypt's first rulers were buried here in large brick-lined graves. Extensively explored around the turn of the century, Abydos was thought to have yielded up all of its secrets until 1977, when German archaeologist Günter Dreyer reopened the site.
Hi, Ali.
Since then, he and his team have re-investigated the tombs of several early kings, including
أيوة أيوة ماشي كويس.
Dreyer is excited about the discovery of an ivory label. Labels like this were originally attached to jars of oil. Small as it is, it contained a big surprise. It seems to depict the event on Narmer's pellet.
This is an ivory label of King Narmer found near his tomb. Such labels served to indicate the date of shipments of oil. At that time, dates were indicated by names of years, and these names were chosen after the most important events of that year. In this case, it's a victory of King Narmer over the Delta people. And obviously, it's the same event as depicted on the famous Narmer palette. From this, we may conclude that the Narmer palette indeed refers to a historical event which took place in a certain year.
But the label is only one piece of the puzzle. Another discovery at Abydos suggests that the process of unification had begun long before Narmer. Under these mounds of rubble, Dreyer found the tombs of kings from a previously unknown dynasty, which Egyptologists now call Dynasty Zero. In the tombs were more labels, even more astonishing than the first. Here, etched in ivory, was clear-cut proof the Egyptians had developed a fully evolved system of writing, not only earlier than previously thought, but earlier than the Sumerians in Mesopotamia, who are credited with being the first to produce a written language. The earliest Sumerian writing, seen here, was an accounting system made up of simple pictures and numbers. Egyptian writing already contained sound signs like modern alphabets. The hieroglyphs on these labels all represent sounds. The snake stands for the sound J. Along with two triangles, it spells out the word Ju, which means mountain. The symbols read, the mountains of darkness, referring to the west where the sun sets. The hieroglyphs on other labels indicate the king was already collecting taxes from both Upper and Lower Egypt. A sure sign unification had already taken place. To consolidate the kingdom, a new capital was built exactly where Upper and Lower Egypt meet. Founded by King Mene, who Egyptologists believe is the historical King Narmer, Memphis was destined to be the greatest city in the land. For 3,000 years, the pharaohs would rule Egypt from Memphis. Yet today, all that's left are ruins, but none dating back to the time of King Narmer. Egyptologists have long assumed that the ancient capital was always located here. But David Jeffries of the Egypt Exploration Society thinks Memphis was somewhere else and has spent 9 years trying to find it. Using a simple manual drill.
If you read a book called When Rocks Cry Out, the title of the book is When Rocks Cry Out. The author of the book is Horace Butler. And he goes in depth with this topic right here. Where is the city of Memphis? You know, if this was such a great city, then how come no one can find it? Since it's a historical, documented place that really existed. But people keep arguing, oh, it was here, oh, it was there. Well, isn't there descriptions of the location written in some of these hieroglyphic texts? So if you read When Rocks Cry Out, Horace Butler goes into really good detail about where the city of Memphis is and why so many people argue over its location.
Taken a series of core samples from fields 2 miles west of the ruins. The cores uncovered a substantial layer of artifacts 10 feet below the surface.
Typically, what we expect to find in this area, just a few meters down from the position that we've reached at the moment, is pottery in the lowest level, the lowest silt level, pottery that represents the period around 3000 BC, of the earliest kings of unified Egypt, and which represent the foundation of the national capital in this area.
What would cause the nation's first capital, a grand city of palaces and temples, homes and administrative buildings, to pick up and move? Two great natural forces, the desert and the Nile.
Yeah, the Nile.
We're standing here on the very edge of the Western Desert, looking over the Nile Valley towards the cliffs on the east side. The valley is only 7 kilometers wide here. It's as narrow as it is anywhere in this northern part of the Nile Valley. And what we believe we've established, we're looking down at the area where we've been doing these drill cores, what we believe we've established is that the river flowed very close to this desert edge and that the city actually stood along it, directly below where we are, and that as sand swept in from the Western Desert and as the river at the same time moved eastwards, that the city followed the movement of the
blah, 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 blah. It's a bunch of bullshit.
That is today about 3 kilometers across the valley.
The chaos of the shifting Nile on one side and the encroaching desert on the other haunted the Egyptians throughout their history. To overcome the ever-present threat of danger, they would put their faith in one man and the power of the gods. To protect themselves from disaster, the Egyptians vested their king with absolute power and worshipped him as a god. Only a god could talk to gods, and only a god could avert chaos. To preserve order, called Maat, personified as a seated goddess with a feather on her head, the pharaoh undertook daily rituals. To appease the gods, he built elaborate temples and furnished them with food, drink, and other offerings. chaos came in many forms. It could manifest itself as a violent storm, sand blowing off the desert, or a foreign enemy. Images of the pharaohs as triumphant warriors are repeated again and again throughout Egyptian history. This one of Ramesses II appears on a temple constructed nearly 2,000 years after Narmer conquered Lower Egypt. Ramesses probably never led an army into battle. The image is more symbolic than real. A message to all who saw it that the king fulfilled his sacred duty to maintain Ma'at, the divine order.
Ma'at. Oh my God.
More likely, the pharaohs supervised their military campaigns from afar. In 2280 BC, a senior court official named Weni ordered the details of his extraordinary career carved on the walls of his tomb. Weni relates how his pharaoh, King Pepi, Ramesses probably never led an army.
There's no ideas original. There's nothing new under the sun. It's never what you do, but how it's done.
Into battle. The image is more symbolic than real. A message to all who saw it that the king fulfilled his sacred duty to maintain Ma'at, the divine order.
Ma'at. To maintain Ma'at, the divine order.
More likely, the pharaohs supervised their military campaigns from afar. In 2280 BC, a senior court official named Weni ordered the details of his extraordinary career carved on the walls of his tomb. Weni relates how his pharaoh, King Pepi, dealt with a tribe of marauding nomads.
When His Majesty took action against those who dwell in the deserts of the East, he raised an army of many tens of thousands from all over Upper Egypt. There were noblemen, chief bearers, chieftains, and mayors. I was the one who commanded them. This army returned in safety. It had ravaged the Sand Dwellers' land. It had sacked its strongholds. It had thrown fire in all its mansions. His Majesty praised me for it beyond anything.
With awesome power and destructive force, chaos could also erupt out of nowhere. Not far from the site of ancient Memphis, in a stone quarry at Helwan, 20 miles south of Cairo, is the world's oldest dam. Although it's hard to envision after 4,000 years, this massive pile of stone was part of a huge engineering project designed to control flash floods. Fascinated by early Egyptian technology, Günter Dreyer made a detailed study of the dam. He calculates it took 500 men 10 years to build it, hauling into place some 184,000 tons of stone. By any standards, the dam was an extraordinary attempt to thwart chaos. Unfortunately, it didn't work.
The dam spanned the wadi from over there to there, and had a length of about 330 feet and a height of 42 feet. It was rather solidly built. In a cross-section, it would look like that. At the base, a length of 300 feet. On top, about 150 feet. It consisted of 3 parts. In the middle, a loose filling of sand, and on both sides, a package of rough stones, covered by a casing of dressed limestone blocks. Unfortunately, the dam was overflowed before it was finished. The water came over here and destroyed the unfinished part, and then within a few minutes huge amounts of water ran down the wadi and destroyed all installations downwards, and so the work of about 10 years and 500 workmen was just in vain.
For the Egyptians who built it, the disaster was a tragic reminder of how destructive the forces of nature could be and of the need for constant vigilance. It was the Egyptians' unique vision of the cosmos, shaped by their environment, that sustained the world's most enduring civilization. At the center of it all was the king. With skills forged by his ancestors in the desert and honed along the banks of the ever-changing Nile, he maintained the balance of the universe with justice and piety. He fought the unrelenting onslaught of nature, social upheaval, even the supernatural. But in the end, there was one final, immutable battle with chaos that no one could escape. Although the king was a god, he was also a man. He was going to die. To avoid calamity, he ordered the Egyptians to begin hauling large stones to the desert's edge. Slowly, a new kind of monument arose that would come to symbolize the king's ultimate triumph. The triumph of eternal life. The age of the pyramid builders had begun. The year is 2350 BC. The funeral of a pharaoh named Unas. But this is not a day of mourning, it's a celebration. For 3,000 years, the Egyptians clung to a cherished belief in the resurrection of the human spirit. Today, the soul of the pharaoh is being reborn, but the journey into the afterlife is not without its obstacles. These magic spells will guarantee a safe passage. The pharaoh's quest for eternity would inspire the most colossal monuments ever built in antiquity. The pyramids of Giza, near modern Cairo, are the world's most enduring testament to time. The oldest and the largest is the Great Pyramid. For over 4,000 years, it was the tallest man-made structure on Earth. Built of limestone, it's estimated that over 3 million blocks were quarried and hoisted into place, some weighing up to 15 tons apiece. The sheer wonder and perfection of the pyramids led Western travelers to speculate on who really built them and why. No mortal, and certainly no ancient Egyptian, could raise such immense stones. Was it the Creator himself to conceal his divine plan for the universe? Or was it the fabled civilization of Atlantis to house their ancient wisdom? Perhaps visitors from outer space. What self-proclaimed experts and mystics failed to observe was that the pyramids at Giza were not isolated phenomena. From Cairo to Aswan, 650 miles south along the Nile Valley, scores of pyramids dot the landscape. Most the final resting place of the pharaohs and their queens, and most inexorably linked to the search for immortality. In ancient Egypt, the concept of the pyramid had its origins at the dawn of time. In the beginning, there was darkness and a formless ocean of chaos. Out of it arose a mound. On this mound appeared the sun god Ra, the embodiment of all life and energy, all light and warmth. Ra crossed the sky. Then at sunset, he plunged back into the chaotic abyss, only to be reborn the next morning at sunrise. The Egyptians hoped that by uniting their spirits with the sun god, they too could be swept into the cycle of eternal life. The pyramid was the vehicle to immortality, the resurrection machine. Seen as the mound of creation, it was part of an elaborate process conceived to assist the pharaoh on his journey to the afterlife. But no two pyramids were alike. Written on the walls of King Unis's tomb is a virtual guide to immortality. Called the Pyramid Texts, it's filled with arcane formulas and spells. One to rid the pharaoh of all wrongdoings. A soul full of sin can't go to heaven. One to protect him from scorpions and snakes he might encounter along the way. One to announce his arrival to the sun god Ra. Unis's tomb presents an extraordinary vision of the afterlife. A self-contained resurrection machine, it was born out of the soil and psyche of the Egyptian people. But until now, the true story of the pyramids would remain as obscure as those who built them. Towering over an ancient cemetery at Saqqara, some 10 miles south of Cairo, is Egypt's first pyramid. Called the Step Pyramid, it's also the first tall structure ever built in stone.
The ziggurat.
Dedicated to the resurrection of King Djoser in 2610 BC, the Step Pyramid was something new. Before, the Egyptians had built their monuments of mud brick and wood. But here, not just a pyramid, but an entire complex of chapels and courtyards had been rendered for eternity in imperishable stone. The mastermind behind Djoser's complex was the king's minister and architect, Imhotep. A scholar and self-made man, his achievement earned him the title of Vizier, the highest official in the land. Later, the Egyptians would even worship him as a saint. But recently, a new discovery far south of Saqqara, at the Royal Cemetery at Abydos, has raised the spectre of who the true genius behind the resurrection machine really was. Here, 500 years before the arrival of the pyramid, the first kings of Egypt were buried under low rectangular mounds of sand and gravel. Since 1995, Günter Dreyer of the German Archaeological Institute and his team have been excavating the tomb of King Kasekemui, who ruled Egypt in 2680 BC. The largest royal tomb at Abydos. It was filled with underground chambers fit for a king.
The tomb is built in sun-dried mud bricks. It has about 65 chambers, and its whole length is about 200 feet. The chambers were covered by means of wooden beams and matwork and above layers of mud brick. The large tomb pit was filled with sand, and above desert level there was a large mound, massive mound of sand and rubble.
The mound, called by Egyptologists a mastaba, echoed the primordial mound of creation, the symbol of rejuvenation. Half a mile away on the edge of the desert, Kasekemui also built a massive rectangular enclosure. Over 35 feet high and nearly 400 feet long, it's one of the oldest standing structures in the world made of brick. For decades, scientists thought it was a military fort. Locals thought it was the storehouse of Joseph, who predicted 7 fat years and 7 lean in the Bible. But they now know it was the Pharaoh's Palace of Eternity. For archaeologist David O'Connor of New York's Institute of Fine Art, it's also a marvel of ancient engineering.
Although this huge enclosure was built almost 5,000 years ago, it was built on a very massive scale and very, very soundly, so an extraordinary amount of it has still survived to today. And as a result, we're really able to reconstruct what it originally would have looked like. For example, every external face had this series of recessed panels in it with a buttress and a recess and then another panel. These were plastered heavily with mud plaster and then painted white so that instead of simply great blank white walls rising about 30 or 40 feet high, you had walls across the faces of which there was a ever-changing pattern of light and shade throughout the day as the sun moved around the monument.
The walls are a replica of those surrounding the king's actual palace and courtyard. The panels, an emblem of power. In life, the courtyard was a stage for the pageantry and ceremony of ancient Egypt. In death, a testament to faith in continuity. Kasekemui's enclosure was the largest of several built at Abydos. But the king had more ambitious plans. In search of the perfect resurrection machine, he would become the first great builder in Egyptian history. In the shadow of the Step Pyramid at Saqqara, Ian Matheson of the National Museum of Scotland is investigating a mystery that has puzzled archaeologists for years. Using a remote sensing device developed for oil exploration, he's investigating a landmark known as Gizr El Mudir, which means the enclosure of the boss.
And that's us over the other side of the wall now. 39.2.
In the 1940s, an aerial photograph revealed the outline of an immense stone structure almost a half a mile long and nearly a quarter mile wide. On the surface, only a few sections of the wall remain.
This is the inside of the wall on the north wall, and it stretches from this here over to the horizon, where you can see about 15 meters wide at this point here, made of local limestone. Then the wall continues to the end, and the whole width of the enclosure is about 350 metres from this side across to the other, and about 650 metres over the sight line you can see just now. The south wall is over the horizon. The actual size of the enclosure is almost twice the size of the Zoser Pyramid enclosure. It is an amazing construction, because if you look at the size of it, it must have been the largest stone construction that anyone could put up at that time in history, which is about 4,500 years ago.
Pottery found at the site indicates the enclosure may predate King Djoser's by 25 years, making it the oldest monumental building ever erected entirely of stone. If so, who built it? Only King Kasekemui had the skill to make a more permanent bid for immortality. But no one could prove it until Günther Dreyer made an exciting new discovery at Abydos.
During our excavation, we found lots of seal impressions with inscriptions, and astonishingly, among them were several ones with the name of King Djoser. And from this we may conclude that Djoser buried Kasekemui. It must have been his immediate successor. This is quite important for the understanding of the development of the royal tomb.
The revelation that Djoser succeeded Kasekemui filled in a long-standing gap in Egyptian history. Egyptologists knew that Djoser was Kasekemui's stepson, but other contenders were vying for the throne. The seals not only confirmed the succession, now, for the first time, archaeologists could trace the evolution of the pyramid from its infancy. Borrowing on his father's grand scheme for the afterlife, King Djoser then took it one step further.
When Djoser built his tomb, he decided to bring the two elements, tomb and large enclosure.
What up, guys?
Together.
I am going to take a break from painting for a minute and check you guys out.
Chamber.
And plus, I'm running out of paint on my palette.
The initial masterpiece.
So
Then the enclosure wall was
I would have to load that back up.
And now the important mound was no longer visible. To solve this problem, they built.
All right, so right now I've gotten. No, you're not going to turn off PlayStation.
They were
No, you're not.
visible.
So I've gotten another layer.
And so
I've gotten another layer of paint over her face. And I worked on the clouds and the trees a little bit yesterday. So now the next step I'm going to do is, honestly, I should work on this jean jacket that she's wearing, since her hair is on top of it. And I'll get some blues, some lighter blues in this jacket, and then I'll come back and start adding some highlights to her hair. But honestly, what the fuck? Where is all this paint coming from? Shit. Off this picture. There's the paint. Right there. And so every time, look at that. Every time I was picking up this picture, I'm like trying to figure out where is all this paint coming from. Damn. Paint is so sneaky. It gets places, and then if you don't see it, look at her. This shit don't make no sense. Crap. Alright, where's the rag? Alright guys, I'm hungry because I've been in here streaming for almost 3 hours. And what time is it? It is 9:30. Been here since about 6:30. I was up since about 5:30. And all I had was 2 cups of coffee so far. So I think I'm gonna do something really quick, like I don't know, I'll probably just fix me a bowl of cereal or something. Because I am hungry.
We have the step pyramid there.
A staircase to heaven is laid for him, that he may ascend it to the sky, says one of the oldest fragments of Egyptian writing. The journey from a simple dirt mound to the world's first pyramid sprang from a powerful vision of the hereafter, one that would inexorably alter the landscape of Egypt. Although the next few attempts at pyramid building failed, the monument at Saqqara would inspire another dreamer to reach for the stars. This odd-looking ruin near the village of Meidum, some 50 miles south of Cairo, marked the beginning of a new chapter in the evolution of pyramids. The only full-size step pyramid completed after King Djoser's, it's also the last one like it ever built. Called the False Pyramid in Arabic, it eventually collapsed as the result of ancient stone rotting. But not before the remarkable man behind it had already decided to try something different. Snefru was revered as a benevolent and good-humored king. A true visionary, he would become Egypt's greatest pyramid builder. For him, Meidum was just the beginning. Moving north to Dashur, Snefru built 2 more monuments. What is now known as the Bent Pyramid would have surpassed the Great Pyramid of Giza if the builders had kept to their plans. But halfway through construction, it began to crack. Rainer Stadelmann of the German Archaeological Institute is an expert on King Snefru's projects. Allowed unprecedented access to the pyramid, he now knows exactly what went wrong.
This is a major crack. Many of these cracks happened during the construction of the pyramid because it was built on a weak ground. The king and his architects were very worried and unhappy about this. They even tried to reduce the angle of the pyramid, creating so the appearance of the bent pyramid. But finally, nothing could be done. The pyramid had to be abandoned. The pyramid had been erected on a sandy plain without a solid foundation.
Eventually, it began to subside. To stabilize it, the builders changed the slope from 54 to 43 degrees, hoping to reduce its weight. But it was too late. Two miles away, Snefru launched his third and final pyramid. Quick to learn from their mistakes, the king's architects laid a foundation of limestone to prevent subsidence, and settled on an angle of 43 degrees, the same as the top of the bent pyramid. Called the Red Pyramid for the glowing color of the local limestone, it's the first true geometric pyramid and Egypt's fourth tallest. Snefru could now ascend to heaven on a ramp that gleamed like the rays of the sun. The pyramid is entered by a long descending passageway, 3 feet square. At the bottom are 3 interconnected chambers, each over 40 feet high and each with a distinctive corbelled ceiling. Designed to support the weight of the pyramid above, they resemble a step pyramid in reverse. Pyramid within a pyramid not only reinforced the structure, the Egyptians believed it doubled the king's chances of resurrection.
With this sequence of 3 large and high rooms, King Snofru finally had achieved a burial place, an eternal residence he could be happy and content with. These rooms are constructed of large limestone blocks, the roof in layers of limestone blocks, everyone protruding about 15 centimeters. With this ingenious construction, the mass of the pyramid resting on it could be supported. There are about more than 2 million tons of stone on these rooms. But there's no crack and no danger in it. The roof represents religiously also the sky resting over the wooden sarcophagus in which King Snofru rested for eternity.
One of Rainer Stadelmann's most important discoveries at Dashur would finally answer 2 age-old questions. Who actually built the pyramids, and how long did it take?
When we started excavation here, we found a part of the casing still preserved. Other blocks had been fallen on the pyramid, for example, the green one, which is watches the name of the king, Snofru, and dates. With these dates, we could realize that after 2 years, already 6 layers of the pyramid had been constructed. 2 years later, about 15 meters of the pyramid has been completed. And from another date, we learn that it took about 17 years to construct the whole pyramid.
To build his pyramids, Snefru would quarry more stone and harness more manpower than any other pharaoh during the Old Kingdom. But his successor would concentrate his energy on one, the greatest resurrection machine of them all. Rising from the Giza Plateau is the ultimate expression of the quest for eternity. Built for Sneferu's successors, Khufu, Khafra, and Menkaura, they are virtually man-made mountains.
Man-made mountains.
The superhuman scale of the Great Pyramid alone earned Khufu the reputation of a cruel tyrant. It contained enough stone to build a wall 3 feet high around the whole of France, according to Napoleon, who marveled at it in 1798. Time has been kinder to the Pyramid of King Khafra. Only 2 feet smaller than the Great Pyramid, it's better preserved. The original limestone facing still decorates the summit. It also retains the remnants of several structures that were an integral part of the resurrection machine. At the base of the pyramid was a mortuary temple supplied with daily offerings of food and drink in the belief that even a dead king needed sustenance. From there, a covered causeway almost 1/3 of a mile long led to a valley temple, a monumental portal linking the desert plateau to the life-giving and purifying waters of the Nile. But Khafra added something new to the traditional pyramid complex. The Sphinx, one of Egypt's most haunting images. A sprawling lion with the head of a man, it reaches across time to proclaim the king, master of the world. On a journey to Egypt in 450 BC, the Greek historian Herodotus was told the pyramids were built by slaves. But all evidence of their existence seemed to vanish without a trace until American archaeologist Mark Lehner began mapping the Giza Plateau. Since then, he's uncovered proof that far from a labor camp, Giza was once a thriving community of workers the size of a small city, dedicated to serving the kings. South of the pyramids, a stone wall separates the tombs and temples of Giza from 40 acres of empty desert. It was here that Lehner and his team began their excavations.
This large stone wall is called the Wall of the Crow in Arabic, and it's played a major part in our thinking about where we're excavating. Our site is just to the south. Anywhere else in the world, and this would be a national treasure, actually it's been somewhat ignored here at Giza because it's dwarfed by the pyramids and the Sphinx. It's much bigger than you think. And actually, our trenches up against the wall shows that it is some 10 meters, 30 feet tall. And this gateway behind me, therefore, is about 21 feet tall, maybe one of the largest gates in the ancient world.
In 1991, they dug a trench, exposing thousands of pieces of pottery from the time of the pyramids. The pottery came from 2 rooms he believes were ancient bakeries. Several pots contained what looked like grain. To find out, he turned it over to archaeobotanists like Mary Ann Murray.
Salute, comrade.
In a flotation tank, the dirt falls to the bottom.
I will drink much vodka for you now.
Later analysis confirmed it was wheat, possibly used for baking bread. The bakeries were attached to the back of a much larger mud brick building enclosed by a 5-foot thick wall. Inside were curious low benches and troughs, beautifully paved with desert clay. Lehner
told my commander
until they took
It's
a closer
water
look
in
at
here.
the
He believed it.
Scraping that
It's
back,
vodka.
sometimes with Swiss Army knives, we found these fibrous deposits.
Oh, you drink the
Very
cognac,
fragile.
huh?
It turned out
Yes.
to be the gills, fins, cranial parts, vertebrae of fish.
Cognac is very good,
Looking at
friend.
some of the dirt filling the troughs under a microscope, it was filled with fish bones.
Cavassier
scattered throughout.
on payday.
So we seem to have inside
Tell
the
him, Pastor
enclosure of
Cavassier.
the mud brick
Let
building.
me take it now, Pastor
facility for
Cavassier.
processing fish.
Everybody help me now, Pastor Cavassier.
It soon became
Pastor
evident that
Cava-
Lena
that was
and
that
his
shit
team
though, right?
stumbled upon kitchens
Pastor
that fed the
Cavassier.
pyramid builders.
Cavassier on payday.
A short distance away, an ancient
Everybody
cemetery
saying that.
bears witness to the legions of craftsmen and laborers who stayed on to serve the dead kings. Built of stone left over from the pyramids, some are miniature mastabas with tiny courtyards and false doors bearing inscriptions of the owner's name.
It's nice.
Others are simple
have to get some
graves topped
blues
with
on my
domes,
palette.
a crude reflection of a pyramid.
Clean these brushes
But
off real
all
quick.
are resurrection machines. Zahi Hawass, director of the Giza pyramids, has been excavating the ancient cemetery of the workmen. From the engraved walls of one of the more interesting tombs, we can learn a little bit more about the lives of these once unknown people.
This man, his name is Nefertiti. He married two wives, and I think it's very rare they lived with him in the same time. He had something like 11 children. But what's interesting, that his wife, his main wife, had a title in hieroglyphic called Yen.
2 wives. Did he say that was very rare that they both live with him at the same time? I doubt that. I'm not gonna try to rewind it, but monogamy is a Western concept. Polygamy is almost the norm for almost every other culture, yo. Men had more than one wife, period. As long as you're prosperous enough to maintain your family, you gotta feed your wives, support your wives, and feed your kids, support your kids. As long as you was able to do that, there wasn't no problem with having more than one wife. They wasn't no arguing and bickering between the sister wives because they knew they were a family unit. It's weird how we look at that shit nowadays, and people think like, oh, you should only be with one person for your entire life. That shit is bullshit. Honestly. I mean, I'm in a monogamous relationship, but that's how, once again, that's how our society is structured, that you should live this way. But I've also been in a polygamous relationship where I dated 2 girls at once, and we all lived in the same house, and it worked out fine for a while, you know, for a while. And it wasn't because the relationship didn't work that it came to an end. You know, it was just things happen, and it kind of just, some of us went our separate ways, and me and my main ex broke up for my own reasons, you know what I'm saying? Weird shit again, but it's not, I don't know. I don't find it weird that a man have more than one wife, yo.
She was doing weaving. And underneath the fourth door, we have a very interesting scenes that never occurred in any tomb before. This man is making wine, and this man is making beer. Even in the offering table here, they're talking about 4 types of wine and 5 types of beer. Because the common diet for a workman and a king in ancient Egypt were drinking beer and eating bread. I really believe that this man, Nefertiti, once was in charge of the bakery located to the east of the tombs of the workmen.
So far, some 600 tombs have been discovered. It now appears that the Wall of the Crows was the barrier that separated the hallowed ground of the pyramids from the mundane world of those who built them. It's estimated 20,000 Egyptians were drafted to erect just one pyramid at Giza. In the years to come, nothing quite like them would ever be seen again. Time would not be so kind to Egypt's next dynasty of kings. These ruined tombs are called the Forgotten Pyramids. Located not far from south of Giza at a site called Abu Sir. They're smaller than their colossal predecessors and in poor condition. Their limestone casings stripped in Roman times.
Palestine came in and everybody
in 1893, local farmers digging among some pyramids stumbled upon over 300 fragments of papyrus. Because they were difficult to read, the fragments were dispersed and forgotten. Then, in 1976, one caught the attention of archaeologist Miroslav Werner, director of the Czech mission exploring Abu Sir.
Abu Sir. Abu Sir. Oh, shit.
It mentioned the mortuary temple of a little-known king named Raneferef, whose tomb had never been found. Werner suspected it lay under tons of sand near an unfinished pyramid. Because the pyramid was incomplete, early archaeologists assumed it had never been used.
That's gonna make a
mess. But they were wrong. At its base, Werner found a once fully operational mortuary temple, complete with the largest cache of 5th Dynasty sculpture in existence, including a rare painted limestone statue of the king, his head shielded by his protector, the falcon god Horus.
The pyramid complex was excavated in several previous seasons, and we are at present digging in the core of the pyramid, where we succeeded in discovering the entrance to the funerary apartment of Raneferef. We can expect, on the basis of what we have already found here in this area, in remains of the burial equipment of the king, possibly also fragments of his red granite sarcophagus, and who knows, maybe even remains of his mummy.
If Raneferef's mummy is found, this once forgotten king will reign as the only Old Kingdom pharaoh to survive intact in his tomb.
Yep.
Raneferef probably died in his 20s before his pyramid was finished. But the practical business of resurrection took place in the mortuary temple. Its importance was confirmed by Werner's next and most significant discovery, an archive of rare documents describing the activities of the king's cult.
From the papyri found in this place, we have learned that the mortuary temple of Raneferef was a thriving religious center for at least 200 years after the king's death. About 200 priests, divided in 5 shifts, maintained the cult of the dead king, by day and by night. By day they brought daily offerings, consisting of bread, beer, meat, vegetables, fruit, etc. By night, some priests watched from the temple terrace the stars and kept the records.
Just all messy here today.
The records from Abu Sir reveal a bureaucracy obsessed with detail. Meticulous inventories were kept of furnishings and cult objects, along with stockpiles and deliveries of food, and revenues collected from the king's estates. Duty rosters of priests
Well, when they tell other stories, they don't tell them to us and say that this is an African story. Just like somebody pointed out, yeah, exactly. That the Lion King is the story of Mali. That is the story of the Lion King of Mali. But they're not gonna say that it's the story of Mali. So when you tell other stories, even the story of Mulan or Pocahontas, which are women of color, they're still humans, and you tell all these other Disney stories, but then when you tell an African story, you don't use humans, you use animals to depict, but the animals are talking and they have moms and dads, and that, they could be humans, but why not use humans to tell the story? Oh, because it's in Africa, and that's why you have the lions and the hyenas and the zebras and the giraffes, so we know it's Africa. And we know this is a story about a king who's giving the crown to his son, but the uncle wanted to take over. And so we know this is a human story, but they don't use humans. Why? Because it would be an all-black cartoon story, and they can't depict that and tell you that, the Lion King of Mali is the African story of what happened to that family, So they tell us the stories, but they're not going to tell us it's our story. It's just a Disney story, and it's just cute little animals, and it's Simba, no, it's not. When you look at Madagascar, where's that island at? Off the coast of Africa. It's an African story, but you got to use animals and penguins and shit like that. It's like, why don't you just use black people in your... because the whole story would be black people, and you would have to draw all these black cartoons for the little kids, for the little black kids to be like, yo, that's about us, and they're not gonna do that. They're gonna use animals, and they're not gonna tell you it's your fucking story. It's crazy. It's crazy how they do it, but that's the way this shit work. Hollywood, and then you break that shit down. So back during the medieval times, you had witches and alchemy and mages and magicians and wizards, and like great wizards like Merlin, and the wizards had magic wands, and they would cast spells. They would cast the spell with their magic wand and alakazam and tap some shit, but the wand was made out of wood. And it came from a certain type of tree. You had to get your wood for your wand from a holly tree. So your wand was made out of Hollywood. And you would use your Hollywood to cast a spell. Hollywood, casting spells. You know what I'm saying? Manipulating that mind. Yep. Yeah, they'll do it. Yeah, if the whole cast is white, or we can make everybody European. Sure, we'll use people for that. But until then, y'all get this Hollywood. Damn, I got paint all the way over here, all the way to the laptop. Yo, this shit is never ending. I ain't know I got that much paint everywhere. Oh well. This whole house is covered in paint. All my clothes have paint on it. Most of my shoes have paint on it. I'll be out in public, like, hey, you got something on your shirt? Like, nah, it's just paint. Yeah, you don't care. Like, everything I own got paint on it. It don't even matter anymore. That's why I try not to buy expensive clothes, because I know eventually I'm gonna get paint on that shit. I just be walking through the house and be like, how'd that paint get there? That should just be everywhere, bro. The life of an artist, man. The struggle is real, dude. The struggle is real. Alright, so what I'm gonna do now. Oh. I was still looking for, you know, this last little bit of blue paint. Make sure I don't get this shit nowhere else. Because I think I dropped this picture and it must have fell in the paint. And then started migrating everywhere. Where I am gonna grab some blues and work on her jacket for a little while. I'm in this bitch today, yo, because I gotta go to work tomorrow. So I want to really try to get as much done on this canvas as I can today. I'll probably be up in this studio all day. I ain't even gonna lie, yo. Yeah, man. Fuck that. I be in Walmart like, ooh, $7? I can paint in that. You know what I'm saying? I can get paint all over that. And I'm not gonna care. Alright, so what were we listening to? Whoa. You seen that brain fart? I'm looking for the fucking tablet. I forgot the tablet was set up there. And we're listening to Ancient Egypt documentary, which is pretty good. Black teas all day. This documentary is pretty good, man, but like I said, you gotta be able to read between the lines because they're gonna say things or word things a certain way to kind of distort history a little bit. So just be mindful. Oh, there's a documentary here on the Hittites, America before Columbus, a Leonardo da Vinci documentary, The Extraordinary Genius of Albert Einstein, and we have, let's see, the Egyptians' Book of the Dead. Any suggestions? Or I could just reading some comments. I just realized that no matter how educational a video you can find to watch on YouTube, the masses of people who are going to see it are still fucking stupid. You took the words right out of my mouth. People these days are so freaking ignorant and stupid about history. Thankfully, I learned history very seriously and not their personal opinions. This is embarrassing, folks, but I guess that's pretty obvious. White, black, who the hell cares? It's all how you talk in front of your friends of different shades, out of your personal lives, work, school, hood, etc. Sheesh, we'll never make it. This is why I need Jesus. Book of the Dead. Good selection, my friend.
On the History Channel, sponsored by
on the History Channel.
Ancient Egypt Magazine.
And it's sponsored by Ancient Egypt Magazine. Okay. So once again, always you got to know who the sources are, and there's going to be a lot of opinion and a little bit of pseudoscience. Come on. I will fucking.
It's a story that spans almost 4,000 years. A story mired in controversy. Its message is timeless and mysterious. The Egyptian Book of the Dead is the ancient Egyptians' guide to the afterlife, and it may well be the world's first religious document. From the maverick archaeologist who plotted to smuggle it out of Egypt,
I will not tolerate any deviation from the law, either by you or by your native friends.
To a terrifying journey into the afterlife itself. The Egyptian Book of the Dead is a story as old as civilization, the first vision of Judgment Day. A book that may answer the questions mankind has been asking for millennia. Mummies. The mysterious remnants of one of history's oldest civilizations.
Mysterious remnants?
They whisper of vast expanses of time. Of secrets wrapped deep within their ancient shrouds. They are so familiar, yet so alien. A frightening reminder of our own mortality. Yet a tantalizing promise of immortality. The mummy is only the remnant of a far greater mystery. The ancient Egyptians believed in a vast and intricate afterlife. Each mummified corpse was expected to resurrect in another world, for which there was only one guide, the Egyptian Book of the Dead, the name given to scrolls entombed with the mummified dead in ancient Egypt.
The Book of the Dead was a kind of guidebook for the deceased and a book of spells and to aid the deceased in his journey through the afterlife and the process of becoming immortal.
Yeah, bro. The Meta is kind of difficult. But his writing is easy to understand. The way he writes is easy to understand, but you're not just gonna read it one time and be like, I got it. Like, no. So just take your time with it. I haven't finished it yet. I'm pretty sure I'm past this. I don't know why my bookmark is on chapter 8. I thought I was on like chapter 11. But it's just studies, you know? Take your time, study, write notes if you have to, read the chapters over again if you have to. Most of the time when I read books, I literally read it twice out the first time through. I'll read a chapter, or even I'll read 3 pages, and then I'll go back, I read them same 3 pages again, you know, or finish a chapter, go back, read sections of that chapter again, just trying to get a better understanding of it. So, I don't know, this year I haven't read as much. I think I've only completed 1 book this year. I've finished reading Falsification of African Consciousness. And so last year I started reading Black Power and the Meta Nature. And I'm trying to finish up the new Jim Crow. So it's weird, like I do it just like you're in school. You got, you know, math, science, English, gym, everything else, and you study more than one subject at one time, and that's kind of how I read my books nowadays. I'll just get like 3 books in the same area, but you know the authors are specifying certain material, and just read a few chapters here out of this subject, read a few chapters here, read a few chapters there, and I don't know. But I don't know. It's been a while since I read a book straight through. Like the last book I read all the way through was Black on Black Violence. And before that, I think I was reading like Huey P. Newton and Francis Cress Welsing at the same time. I was reading Malcolm X and Chancellor Williams at the same time. So, I read When Rocks Cry Out all the way through, but that's the kind of the book isn't. This book isn't that big, and how he writes it is very readable. It's an easy read. It's not even 200 pages. Like 195 pages. You can read this in just a few days. You know. So I read this one all the way through. This was an excellent book as well. So. But yeah, the Meta Nurture, you're gonna, hey. Oh, I already used that. I don't know why that's in there. PlayStation Plus. Just take your time with it, dude. It's a lot. Just the first couple chapters I read over again. Like, in the first chapter, he starts breaking down some shit, and I'm like, whoa. Had to read that whole chapter over again. Chapter 2, breaking this shit down. I'm like, let me read that again. so, I don't know. It's really cool though. And I need a new bookshelf, man. I'm running out of room. Yeah, he's a black author. But then once again, you just can't read black authors. That's what Dr. Amos Wilson was saying. He was like, don't get stuck reading, just Afrocentric books, yo. You gotta read their stuff too. He was like, because they write shit that they don't want us to know. You know what I'm saying? So you got to read their publications to know what kind of schemes and plans they coming up with. So we can stay on point. So it's like, don't just limit yourself to one type of literature. Yeah, you got to be willing to read everything.
It was certainly a book of magic. It's a collection of spells, the chief purpose of which is to enable life after death and immortality to the deceased.
It is a book for the dead, because it's in the afterlife. That's why we call it the Book of the Dead. It is very important because this is a quest of immortality.
It has been said that the ancient Egyptians cared more about their life after death than their life on Earth. The ancient city of Thebes in the 19th dynasty, more than 3,000 years ago. This is the story of one Egyptian whom history only records as Ani.
عراي أبارجي حبيبي عري عطا عراي.
Ani lived during a high point of Egyptian culture, known as the New Kingdom. Between 1600 and 1200 BC, brilliant military pharaohs conquered lands from Nubia to Syria. Pharaohs like Ramses and Seti built enormous palaces and lavish religious temples. Ani enjoyed one of the highest standards of living in ancient Egyptian history. It was in these historic periods of relative prosperity that people began to contemplate questions of philosophy life and the afterlife. The afterlife weighed heavily on Annie's mind. The idea of dying without proper preparation for the next world jeopardized one's chances for eternal paradise.
يخفاخ ونحن حمو وعندنا ناح عنك
وقت اللي تشاوت يواز نوها نانا هري اتري موسيق ناخنوخ.
The evidence of Annie's obsession with the afterlife is this extraordinary piece of funeral art, known as the Scroll of Annie.
The Scroll of Annie is rightly one of the most famous copies of the Book of the Dead because of the high quality of the artistry. The writing, and especially the beautifully painted vignettes, are really among the most impressive of any of the Books of the Dead that have survived.
Archaeologists have uncovered more than 25,000 copies of the Egyptian Book of the Dead, the oldest text dating from 1500 BC, the latest from the 4th century AD. But it is here, at the British Museum in the heart of 21st century London, that the famous Scroll of Annie, the finest example of the Egyptian Book of the Dead ever preserved, can be seen. Painted in approximately 1250 BC, it contains 65 prayers and magical spells, and over 150 colorful illustrations. This exquisite piece of work is one of the longest scrolls ever discovered. When unrolled, it measures an incredible 78 feet. But the way in which the museum acquired this masterpiece is steeped in controversy. The scroll was brought from Egypt in 1887 by a museum curator, Dr. Ernest Alfred Thompson Wallace Budge.
Oh, you mean he stole?
He was a prolific author, writing over 100 books on Egyptology, most of which are still in print. He published some of the first translations of important Egyptian text. This exquisite piece of work is one of the longest scrolls ever discovered. When unrolled, it measures an incredible 78 feet. But the way in which the museum acquired this masterpiece is steeped in controversy. The scroll was brought from Egypt in 1887 by a museum curator, Dr. Ernest Alfred Thompson Wallace Budge. He was a prolific author, writing over 100 books on Egyptology, most of which are still in print. He published some of the first translations of important Egyptian text. He collected thousands of artifacts, acknowledged as some of the finest examples of ancient art. Yet there are those who say Budge was a second-rate scholar, a poor archaeologist, and a cultural thief, acquiring antiquities by any means possible.
He was out there, well, basically looting and pillaging and buying up what he could,
People apply cultural judgments which are totally out of time. The fact that he took materials out of ancient cultures for its day was quite normal.
You can't look at him from a modern point of view. You know, he's a cultural thief. This is not the way they looked at it in those days. But on the other hand, he did sail very close to the wind.
I think he was a thief. Because, you know, you can be an honest man all your life, but if you steal something, you become a thief.
Although Budge may be controversial today, in his lifetime he was a respected translator and one of the finest curators at the British Museum. In the autumn of 1887, the museum sent him to Egypt on an artifact collecting expedition. Budge's trip to Egypt was perfectly timed. Shortly after his arrival, news of newly discovered artifacts began to surface, which he noted in his autobiography.
Before I'd been in Cairo many hours, I found that everyone was talking about the discoveries made in Upper Egypt, and the most extraordinary stories were afloat. Rumors of the finds had reached all the great cities of Europe, and there were representatives of several continental museums in Cairo, each doing his best to secure the lion's share.
Budge's first stop was the Egyptian Museum to meet a fellow Egyptologist. There he was shocked by the shabby state of the museum's collection.
This scarab is supposed to give its owner immortality. In this place, it's lucky if the scarab itself lasts 6 months.
Egypt doesn't have the resources that the great European museums have, Mr. Budge.
But you think at least you could dust the place? You think at least they could keep the...
Your director will help change that.
Ah, the famous Monsieur Grabeau.
Overseeing the recovery and preservation of all Egyptian artifacts was the new head of colonial antiquities, a Frenchman named Eugene Grabeau.
Monsieur Grabeau would argue that the British Museum is just another thief smuggling away Egypt's heritage.
Sounds just like a Frenchman. Mr. Budge, سيدي تعلمت كلمة الكنز من Luxor.
Treasure in Luxor? That doesn't sound like archaeology to me.
Emile, I'd like you to meet my assistant, Ramshy.
Madame, you're not planning on doing anything illegal, are you?
Of course not.
Purchasing antiquities is a theft.
It's not a theft. As long as Egypt treats its treasures like this, it's preservation. Good day, Emile.
Budge was determined to see these new discoveries for himself and set about planning his trip. Luxor was 450 miles along the Nile from his base in Cairo. Budge knew he had to reach Luxor before other collectors. His competitive instinct served him well, for among the artifacts was a window to another world, one that modern man had never seen. The discovery of the Scroll of Ani is one of Egyptology's greatest stories. An adventure involving conspiracy, intrigue, and a controversial hero, Ernest A. Wallace Budge. In 1887, Budge was in Egypt to acquire artifacts for the British Museum.
I received information from a native in Egypt that some very important discoveries in Thebes had been made. He told me that a tomb had been found on the western bank of the Nile, which was the best he'd ever seen, and that there were in it several rolls of papyrus. He urged me to come without delay and to take possession of all these things before the authorities could seize them and cast their owners into prison.
The late 19th century was a really dynamic time in the history of Egyptology. On the one hand, you had the emergence of modern archaeology, but at the same time, you had the old, long-standing tradition of looting, of even mining sites by antiquities dealers.
Budge rarely excavated antiquities from tombs. He preferred to buy them from dealers. This thriving black market led to an extraordinary collection for the British Museum. But it also helped destroy some of Egypt's archaeological treasures.
And the black market for selling antiques was very bad. Egypt was raped. We call it the rape of the Nile. They raped the Nile. They took this heritage out of the country, and it's now everywhere.
Budge's assistant, Ramsey, took him to a black market antiquities dealer, where he was given an intriguing artifact found in Luxor.
He protecteth the weak against the strong, and he heareth the cry of him that is bound in fetters.
In 1887, Budge was one of the few Westerners who could read hieroglyphics.
It is real, yes? Yes, I'd say it's very real. It's a description of the sun god Ra. It's 18th dynasty. I'd venture to say that this is from a copy of the Book of the Dead. I call it the Bible of the Egyptians. It's the oldest religious text in the world. Surely not older than the Bible. Indeed it is. In fact, this piece seems to be from the so-called negative confessions. This was a list of sins one should not commit. The real source of the Ten Commandments. Mahmoud.
Yes.
Is this the only piece of papyrus?
Oh, no. The man who found it, the man who found the scroll, he cut it into small pieces to sell it to collectors. I have no more.
But this is from the new discovery.
Yes. I'll have someone bring you to the man who found it. He is in Luxor.
The problem with black market antiquities is that people wind up stealing things and taking them out of their context. Whether it was done in the 1800s or today, it is equally bad. By doing this, you completely destroy any understanding one has of the object.
It's a pleasure, as always, Mahmoud. You still prefer British pounds, I take it?
Of course, Mr. Budge. I'll have a guide waiting for you tomorrow morning. It is a 2-day ride.
We'll be ready.
Budge knew he had to hurry. He was well aware that the new director of antiquities at the Cairo Museum, Eugene Grebeau, was trying to get there first. Back in 1887, the rumored find of papyrus scrolls was important. But the true historic value of the Book of the Dead is only now being understood. Many believe it is the oldest example of religious writing in the world.
You can see things are written in the Bible, in the Old Testament, and Quran. And therefore, religion today doesn't come suddenly. There is stages. The Book of the Dead is really the first stage of the human thinking about the afterlife.
Book of the Dead has its earliest antecedents in the oldest religious texts we have from ancient Egypt, the pyramid texts. And these were inscribed on pyramids during the 5th dynasty, around 2300 BC.
Later, royal and noble Egyptians are choosing to have those same pyramid inscriptions written inside their coffins. And that set of texts are known as the coffin texts. Then, by the time of the New Kingdom, which was a tremendous research in literary and artistic production, we find mortuary literature that begins to gather all the spells from the coffins and write them into a papyrus roll that can be buried with your mummy.
In 1250 BC, during Ani's lifetime, the spells in the Book of the Dead were already over 1,000 years old. We know from the historical record that Ani was a temple scribe. Today, he might be considered an accountant.
We find out that he is a royal scribe. He is in charge of tallying the accounts of all of the offerings made to the gods.
Temples were both religious institutions, but also major economic ones. And he was in charge of offerings, but also of granaries of the temple.
Ani's position as scribe tells us he was part of an educated group within the Egyptian elite. He would have been very concerned about his place in the afterlife. Eternity could only be guaranteed by owning a Book of the Dead.
The Book of the Dead was probably created in an institution called the House of Life, which was a place connected with great temple complexes where religious learning was promoted. This is where new rituals were designed, myths were created or at least elaborated on, and funeral texts were generated.
Ani would have met with the priest at one of the temples to inquire about the Book of the Dead.
There were two ways of getting a Book of the Dead. One was you commissioned one especially, and therefore probably paid a premium price to have a very high quality one that was designed for you precisely from the very outset. We also know that quite a lot of Books of the Dead were made without indicating who they belonged to. The name of the owner, which is repeated throughout any Book of the Dead, is actually left blank, so that when somebody came along and said they wanted one, they would simply write in. In his or her tomb.
Temple complexes in the New Kingdom were both places of worship and business.
Yachin tevenat noa.
Ish. Amatzachonait.
Lamit al chaknu bahar al chuknuchim. Tabaran shofet bordel. Itach manolea griyamcha.
An Egyptian scroll began life as a stalk of the papyrus plant, which grew plentifully along the Nile. The stem's outer rinds were removed, then laid in strips and pounded together into thin sheets. In a dry climate like Egypt's, papyrus was extremely stable, lasting for thousands of years without any deterioration. The next step in constructing a Book of the Dead was the writing of the spells.
The scribal profession was one of the most esteemed in the ancient world. They controlled knowledge, and knowledge is power. Now, the scribe didn't get to be a scribe by accident. It took years of rigorous training, starting with small boys who were sent to scribal schools at the temples or in the royal palace. They spent years and years mastering the thousands of symbols in the hieroglyphic language. In ancient Egypt, language is itself magical. It has the power to create. It is very much like the idea in the Gospel of John, that in the beginning is the Word, that there is this primal principle of language, which is certainly part of the Book of the Dead's whole point. It aims to create a blessed afterlife.
The final point in creating the Book of the Dead...
God damn it. All right. But goddamn, so one point about, she said that they thought writing was magical. And you can create from words. Well, European philosophy still holds very true to that. So, in order for you to make a word, you have to use letters and do what, right? What do you do with letters to create a word? You have to spell. Spell, like a magical spell or casting a spell. And so when you're writing words down or trying to convey a message, that's what you're doing when you're writing words down, you're spelling. See? So there's a lot of shit that we still consciously use from this ancient Egyptian system, and a lot of beliefs that we still hold true, even when it comes down to shit like spelling. Come on. Fuck you, tablet.
Painting the individual pictures or vignettes. Ancient Egyptians believed that these images had a magical power, enough to determine a man's destiny.
It's all part of this manufacturing process. You can see this sort of mass production mode of really confecting, assembling the Book of the Dead according to order.
According to my
Purchasing a Book of the Dead would have affected Ani's entire family.
It was quite expensive, perhaps half a year's wage for a person of, let's say, Ani's status.
The ancient records reveal that Ani's wife was named Tutu. The couple would have had many discussions regarding the Book of the Dead. The choice was a difficult one for a family in the New Kingdom, to provide for the present or eternity.
Tawa kochutilach ahiki nachon. Yashama. Nachu se ani. Duthi meri ichawa.
Ish. Pachatanate tuafe.
Ani's quest to acquire a Book of the Dead did in fact bring him immortality, but not until the intervention of Wallis Budge, 3,000 years later.
I assure you, I make a very unpleasant enemy.
Ancient Egyptian civilization was a culture of death. Very little is left of ancient Egyptian daily life, but we know a great deal about them because of the lavish attention they devoted to their tombs, their treasures, their scrolls, and even their mummified corpses. Today, the religion of the pharaohs is meeting the technology of the 21st century. In an unprecedented study, Egyptologists are applying cutting-edge medical science to 3,000-year-old mummies. The digital technology allows Egyptologists to virtually unwrap mummies without doing any harm.
Yeah, I see. We even have the false here.
Beneath the wrappings, a 2,000-year-old amulet protects the deceased from the dangers of the afterlife.
This is from 600 BC, 2690.
Now, when they were wrapping the body, they would also put amulets, protective amulets, all around the body, both in the front and also in the back. That would help the body achieve an afterlife. And what's quite nice is that some of these amulets are tied into things in the Book of the Dead. So you know that they are there to protect the body against specific perils that they're going to meet on the way through to the other side of the afterlife.
Let's see, the mask was on...
But why did the ancient Egyptians go to the trouble of preserving their dead to begin with?
The ancient Egyptians mummified their dead because they believed that the soul really needed a more physical vehicle to enjoy all of the sort of physical delights of the afterlife. And so they used to mummify bodies, which meant preserving them so that they could be used by the soul to go back into the body, which would be perfectly preserved, and then could enjoy, food, drink, anything else that the afterlife had to offer.
But mummifying a body was not an easy process.
What the embalmers would do is remove all the internal organs, the lungs, the liver, the stomach, and the intestines.
The organs were placed in ceremonial jars, known as canopic jars, which would later be entombed with the body. Next, a long hook was used to pull the brain out through the nose. Ancient Egyptians did not believe the brain was an essential organ, so could be dispensed with.
You can actually see the defect is right here, where they go in through the nose, punched a hole in the floor of the skull to remove the brain.
Once the brain had been removed, they would melt resins and pour the liquid resin through the nostril and sort of roll the head around so that the cranium was coated. This was done so that they could prevent bacterial growth in the cranium.
The heart was the only organ that would stay within the body. It was thought to be the center of intelligence and feeling, and those would be needed in the afterlife.
They would wash the body out, dry it using natron, which is a kind of a salt and baking soda kind of mixture, and after 40 days of desiccation had elapsed, they would put oil and unguent on the body and then wrap it with great ceremony rituals, and that would be the end of mummification, and it would be buried.
Mummification was just the beginning of a long journey. A journey for the soul of the deceased. And the Egyptian Book of the Dead was the only guide to a life beyond the grave. Around the year 1250 BC, an Egyptian scribe named Ani began thinking seriously about the afterlife. He believed the Book of the Dead would offer him peace of mind.
When you die and you are getting to the afterlife, the journey in between is very perilous. And the deceased spirit, before they were reborn forever, had to go through a series of tests. And the Book of the Dead provides answers and protection against the perils of the journey.
This is a quest of immortality. We will never go to the afterlife. The most important thing for the ancient Egyptian in the afterlife.
The Book of the Dead was a costly proposition, and the decision to purchase one a difficult and complicated process. With 186 spells to choose from, a scroll would be produced based on a person's needs and budget. The priests of the temples helped a person choose which spells would be needed in the afterlife.
Efermat, Wifash, Huit Kabir. Nanirwat Ashit Wathat. Efermat, Widerwad Amadhod Amit. Tumad Kuhed Yoso. Anyat Aminti. Fetz Hamanan Walit Tanuj.
I sometimes wonder if these Book of the Dead didn't start out in some ways as a little extra moonlighting for money. Once you convince all the rich people that they just have to have this thing, then, I mean, the sky is the limit in how much you could charge.
The creation of one's very own Book of the Dead may also have been a status symbol.
The Book of the Dead would have been quite expensive for any ordinary person to afford. And in fact, we can see this play out archaeologically. We find that the Book of the Dead is only possessed by members of the elite.
This was very different from the earliest days of Egyptian culture. Originally, mummification and an afterlife among the gods was reserved for the pharaoh only. Yet by Ani's time, the middle classes and even the poor hoped for a life after death and were willing to pay for it.
It shows democratization of the afterlife, because originally those texts were only for the king. Then, when we get to the Middle Kingdom, they become accessible to sort of the high nobility. And then we get to the New Kingdom, all of a sudden a much larger group gets access to these texts.
But in the New Kingdom, the Book of the Dead was written for everyone. It was found in the private tombs. It was found in the nobles' tombs. It was found in the tombs of the artisans.
The spread of belief in the afterlife affected more than just the newly emerging middle class. Some scholars say the Book of the Dead influenced Jewish and Christian scripture.
Ancient Christianity owes a great deal to ancient Egypt for its concept of heaven. This makes sense because most of the early Christian fathers were native Egyptians. And so when documents were being written concerning the nature and substance of the afterlife, since these things were not originally written in the Bible, the ancient Egyptians sort of filled in the blanks. The idea of spending one's afterlife with your loved ones in a pleasant place where you could do what you like is the same in both Christianity.
There's even a case to be made that the Egyptian Book of the Dead influenced New Testament and Christian religious imagery.
It's very clear when we study the history of the New Testament that, in fact, their main competition for the religion of Jesus was the religion of Isis and Osiris and their child, Horus. Many of the early figurations of the Virgin Mary sitting with baby Jesus on her lap are actually based on Isis statues, where Isis is holding Pharaoh, now her symbolic son.
One of the first people to notice the connection between the Book of the Dead and the Bible was Wallis Budge.
The fact remains the Egyptians did believe in one god. Osiris, who had lived upon the earth, had suffered a cruel death and had risen from the dead. There is no doubt that certain views and religious ideas of Christian sects may be traced directly to the Egyptians.
It's interesting to see how people's ethical beliefs and religious beliefs, no matter where they are from or what century they were sort of written in, all have a great deal in common.
Yes, thoughts a little of the brain. Yeah.
When Wallis Budge arrived in Egypt in 1887, the country was controlled by a European coalition. Following a nationalist rebellion in 1882, Great Britain and France shared control of the country and the vital Suez Canal. Their coalition would control the politics and economy of Egypt for decades. But it was an uncomfortable union, and men like Budge didn't make the alliance any easier. Budge had heard rumors of an enormous discovery in Luxor, and his plans to find it were about to put him on a collision course with the new policies of the French head of colonial antiquities, Eugene Grebo.
Mr. Budge.
Yes?
You will come with me.
I will. What's this about?
It is Monsieur Grebo. He must see you.
He must he? Ramsey, I'll see you in front of the hotel tomorrow morning at 9.
Monsieur. But by nature and disposition and training, he was unsuited for the post in which he was thrust.
Sit. You are to wait here.
Here?
And all those who had at heart the welfare of Egypt regretted the appointment.
Pardon the subterfuge, Mr. Budge. I thought it might be unseemly for the director of the Egyptian Museum to be seen in public with a man of your reputation.
Monsieur Grebo, I presume. My reputation and that of my museum are among my most cherished honors.
Will you join me for tea? I'm afraid you will have to return to the British Museum empty-handed, Mr. Budge. As the keeper of Egypt's antiquities, I must inform you it is my intention to prevent any looting of the nation's treasures.
Monsieur Grebo, the goal of the British Museum is the preservation of the world's heritage.
The world? My predecessor tells me that on your last trip, you left Egypt with over 1,400 illegal antiquities.
Your predecessor sent nearly the same amount back to the Louvre.
It is illegal to remove antiquities from the country, Mr. Budge. I intend to enforce the law strictly. Anyone suspected of illegal antiquity trading will face painful scrutiny, perhaps even torture.
Threatening the men and women who live here is not the way to gain their trust.
I do not need their trust. I need their obedience. All antiquities belong to the state and to the state's museums.
But these people have made their living from antiquities for generations. Rather than fight them, you should make an alliance with them. They will lead you to even greater finds.
The law is quite clear. All antiquities, whether discovered or not, fall under my jurisdiction. I will not tolerate any deviation from the law, either by you or by your native friends.
Well, I'm sorry we don't see eye to eye.
Do not oppose me, Mr. Budge. I assure you, I make a very unpleasant enemy.
I don't see you as an enemy. Just unpleasant. Good day to you.
Budge knew the French authorities would arrest him if they discovered him buying antiquities. He had to get to Luxor as quickly as possible to see for himself the enormous hoard.
This thing's supposed to take me all the way to Luxor, is it?
Wallace Budge was willing to risk arrest, jail, and even worse, to get the treasure. If an ancient Egyptian wanted to guarantee himself eternal life, there was only one answer: the Book of the Dead. The Book of the Dead varied from individual to individual.
We have up to 189 chapters that could be in the Book of the Dead. In fact, that's almost never the case that we have all 189. So we find that the scribes, based on their own theology or the preferences of their customers, had a lot of leeway in how they would put the Book of the Dead together.
Now, a spell is a magical utterance or incantation, and the purpose of these was to help the deceased achieve eternal life, or immortality, life after death.
The spells included in the Book of the Dead contained protections from demons that might attack the deceased. There's even a spell to protect the deceased from dying a second time.
Egyptians faced hard physical labor in the afterlife as they plowed the soil and tilled the fields of the gods.
Anut.
Ah, Nanuin Shabti. Mashiet Lav, Ufat Lav.
Chapter 6 allows the deceased, whenever called upon to perform any manual labor, the deceased brings to life little clones of him or herself, and they do all the dirty work. So everybody had to take Chapter 6 with them, because otherwise you'd be there in the underworld without your maid.
The Egyptians even rated some of the spells. Some of them were annotated, truly excellent, good 1,000,000 times. Now, how a dead person could report back on them, I don't know.
The Egyptians believed that the heart was the most important organ that one possessed, and that was where one's soul lived, that was where one's essence was, where you thought, believed, everything came from there. And thus they left the heart inside the body because they felt that your heart was necessary as part of the process of getting to the afterlife.
Such an important organ needed extra protection. That protection came in the form of the heart scarab.
The heart scarab is a representation of a scarab beetle. The reason why it's a beetle is that the rising sun in Egypt was symbolized by a beetle, a winged beetle, rising up above the horizon. So this scarab beetle was associated with the idea of the rising sun. The rising sun was a symbol for the rebirth of dead Egyptians.
The scarab would be inscribed on the back with one of the spells that you see in the Book of the Dead, which basically explains why I did not lie, I did not steal, I did not cheat, and my heart is good, it is justified. The heart scarab's a bit like a crib sheet for the deceased.
They were very concerned that their heart might reveal certain things that they had done while they were living that could be injurious to their chances in the afterlife.
Just as important as the text in the Book of the Dead were the lavish illustrations.
The illustrations in the Book of the Dead give a little extra oomph to existing spells. For example, the spell against the demon beetle that might eat you up had a big depiction of the demon beetle on it being fended off by someone. So this would magically help enact the spell and help the deceased fend off this nasty critter that was about to eat him.
Ani's scroll may have taken months, perhaps more than a year, to put together. To an ancient Egyptian, it was well worth the time and effort, for it was meant to last for eternity. One can only imagine the relief and joy Ani must have felt when his scroll was finally complete. There are many scrolls from ancient Egypt, but few have the elaborateness and artistic splendor as the scroll of Ani. James Wasserman is a graphics artist and publisher.
When I saw this scroll, my breath was taken away. It was just unbelievable. You know, the color.
Who gave Europeans domination over world history?
That was obviously in there.
They gave it to themselves.
At the same time, I was studying the text, trying
by the edge of the sword. And then they got so good at it, they came up with the gun and then took it at the end of the barrel. And so now history is what we say it is, and we define the world as we see fit. So we name all the wars, we name all the periods of history. We say what is conquest and what is genocide. We say what is right and what is wrong. We say what is fact and what is not fact.
Here we see Ani and Tutu approaching the most dramatic scene of the entire papyrus.
And we'll take your whole history from you, destroy it, so that you don't remember it, and then we'll say we came up with it.
He will immediately be devoured by this monster, Amit.
For the ancient Egyptians, death was the first step towards salvation. When Ani's wife died, the scroll may not have been placed in her tomb, but it would guide her. A single scroll meant to unite a couple in the field of reeds. Years after Ani lived, Ernest Wallace Budge was on a mission. He'd been told of a rumored treasure recently discovered in Luxor, the modern name for the ancient city of Thebes. And he intended to be the first one to the ancient trove.
Thank you, gentlemen. There will be bigger bakshish on my return.
But his quest was about to be interrupted.
Stop. Mr. Budge?
You again? What is it this time?
You are under arrest. Here.
Under the orders of Eugene Grabeau, the new and zealous guardian of Egyptian antiquities, who was also on his way to Luxor.
قوام البوت بتاعت مشيو جربوها بتغرق منقوط بالنهر. ماذا؟ غضبان ينادي لك من الشط.
Stay here till I return back.
Budge's assistant, Ramsey, had learned that Grabeau was leaving for Luxor that very morning, and had told the captain of Grabeau's barge that if he ran into shore, Budge would give him 50 British pounds.
And so I will. A fine piece of work, Ramsay, my boy.
Budge already had a reputation for deception. His questionable methods of acquisition are still being debated today.
One problem with Budge is that he wasn't an archaeologist. He cut corners and bended rules at a time when you could pretty much buy anything you wanted. And so he was also thought of as being perhaps a little less than ethical in terms of his collecting methods.
I get the impression that Budge, with some of his wheeling and dealing, was much more on the Indiana Jones side than on the side of the little old scholar, you know, who just wants to sit in the back room of the British Museum.
But others suggest that Budge's approach to collecting was common at the time.
When one considers the number of antiquities that were lost, destroyed, stolen, one can only thank somebody who was a bit of a scoundrel like Budge for having the wherewithal to go in and kind of bribe officials and engage in these bizarre little subterfuges, because he preserved these things.
Then he used his...
they would have been preserved if nobody went and fucking touched them.
His scholarship at that
but
time.
No, y'all want to go dig up this shit because you don't have your own fucking culture.
To steal many antiquities and take it out of the country, put it at the British Museum.
You just fucking got here, crawl out the cave. You don't have no real history, no real culture. So you go around the world plundering and looting all these other ancient civilizations and saying, we're just trying to preserve it. Bitch, leave it the shit the fuck alone. It is preserved. That's why I was doing just fine where it was at. And then now you, now you got this whole fucking science, Egyptology, trying to explain some shit you have no fucking clue about. And white people built the pyramids. Get the fuck out of here. The Egyptians weren't black. Shit is flipping ridiculous. No, they can't. They can't, because we're so amazing. Come on, play, bitch.
Was not fair.
At last, Budge set off for Luxor, still one step ahead of his nemesis. The treasure he sought was said to include rare pieces of an Egyptian Book of the Dead.
When I arrived in Luxor, I found that the dealers had indeed collected many valuable things from the tombs at Western Thebes.
This is antiquity. Antique? Okay.
The natives treated the government's claim to all antiquities in Egypt with contempt.
Ashes bound, that. Dakater, £5.
But money was not.
Shukran. Oh, shukran. After.
Budge could only imagine what these ruins would have looked like in the time of the pharaohs. Some 3,000 years earlier, when Luxor was known as Thebes, a scribe named Ani commissioned his own Book of the Dead at a cost of half a year's salary. Its value to him in the afterlife would soon be tested. We do not know how Ani died, but we have a good idea of how he was buried. As a royal scribe, Ani was a member of the elite. His entombment would have been elaborate and expensive.
we know there were different, shall we say, price ranges for mummification. Poor people would choose a mummification form that was really very low rent. The poor person would be taken by his or her family and buried in the sand outside somebody else's tomb or pyramid. And the hope there was that the poor person could sort of follow along. There was kind of a trickle down. If you got the high-end funeral, your mummification could take up to 272 days. You got all the best coffins and sarcophagi.
After mummification, the deceased was placed on a boat-shaped sledge, pulled by oxen, and taken to his tomb in one of the large cemeteries that dotted the western shore of the Nile. Illustrations of Egyptian funerals show not only grieving relatives, but also musicians, dancers, priests, and professional mourners.
In the days before the pharaohs, in the days long before history was even recorded, they had their Einsteins, they had their Newtons. And these men needed to understand their existence, needed to understand the cosmos around them. But rather than be provided with the technology and science to do so, they used their genius and intelligence to search within. They employed another aspect of thinking which we ourselves have long forgotten. They employ the intuitive, inner, spiritual search. Osiris King may traverse the Milky Way, the winding waterway. May the afterworld take your hand to the place where Orion is.
At the dawn of history, 2,500 years before Christ, an entire civilization gathered to build the greatest monuments on Earth. 13 million tons of solid rock, enough to build the city of London, were hauled across the deserts. Why? What vision drove this? Scholars say they served as tombs for 3 dead pharaohs. Robert Bauval, British author and researcher, born in Alexandria, spent much of his life in the shadow of the Great Pyramids. He believes there is a far greater vision behind these pyramids. Over the last 20 years, he quested for their greater meaning, echoed in ancient whispers of stars, of myths, and
All right,
beginning
guys,
as Egypt
I'm
saw
getting
it.
hungry. I don't even know what time it is.
In the beginning, there was darkness and an ocean of chaos.
It's 11:17.
From it emerged a mound, and on it rose the sun, Ra.
I'm about to grab me some lunch.
Then
but
the
I'll
Bennu bird,
definitely
the
be back
phoenix,
on
flew
later
up,
on today.
and its first cry set the world in motion.
Work on her jacket somewhere. Oh, so that.
In that place later stood the holy city of Heliopolis, around a pillar crowned with the holy
dip my hair in the
Benben, symbol of that first mound of creation.
I hope not. Yo, thanks for chilling with me for a while, for a long while this morning. So yeah, I've been here for a minute, just working on this, chit-chatting, listening to some good documentaries on Egyptian culture. And like I say, I'll be back on later on, guys. Yo, peace.
The sun, the temple of the phoenix. And here came the scholars, Pythagoras,